We're the Champ Hunters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. Going on with that, our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over. We're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to futsalers, and
well, that's exactly right.
It's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins and we're doing decent within the team. There's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. When when you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it. But we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
We're signing off.
Signing off. James Daniels, starting captain, strikers.
Yeah, and send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Smarra.
Good evening, wherever you're watching in Victoria, across the nation, or indeed around the world. Welcome back to Series Futsal on what has been a delightful Friday afternoon in Darebin. The start of a super weekend, we hope, as September and spring arrives in Melbourne. But to kick things off on Friday, Fitzroy take on Northern Phoenix in our opening clash this evening. Fitzroy have been firing frequently to start the campaign. No one has made finding the net as common as the Tigers. A vibrant attack has been the cornerstone of their perfect start to the season. 5 points clear at the top of the table, with a chance to momentarily make it 8 between themselves and the reigning champions. Big Cat foes vanquished 7 days ago. A 6-1 smashing of Pascoe Vale completed with a favour from Aku, has Fitzroy already eyeing fresh air at the front of the field. For Northern Phoenix, the dream start of early August took somewhat of a hit against the current holders. A bye and time to recharge in the meantime means that they come into tonight starting from square one. Where August ended in a blaze against Moreland, September starts far from sweetly with their toughest test of the season so far. Tonight, they'll be hoping for a sensational start to spring and for this team to bloom into series futsal stability. Currently in the playoff places and knowing well of the storm ahead, they'll be hoping to weather it as well as find a place to see themselves and steer themselves out of trouble and towards clearer days. My name is Ethan Rigg and welcome back to Darebin. Welcome to Series Futsal. For a night where Fitzroy can certainly stretch their legs a little bit, or could Phoenix perhaps pull off one of the shocks of the season so far. There is only one way and one time to find out, and that is now. Phoenix and Fitzroy ready to kick off yet another mammoth evening of the top flight in Victoria's Futsaling League, and I'm joined in the commentary box now by Josh Fusco. Good evening, Josh.
Ethan Rigg, it's really nice to be here. It's a fantastic opening game for round 4. Phoenix, Fitzroy, two polar opposite stories, but maybe there's a surprise in tonight.
Parthamos quickly on for Russo. Now Rogan. Tried to get his way around Watson, who retreated well, and Montfroy had to get down at the expense of an early Fitzroy corner inside 20 seconds.
It's an interesting choice to have Montfroy start over Tyler Lewis, who is obviously the season goalkeeper. But Montfroy's, I guess, performances this season have been spectacular, and I think he'll really do well for Phoenix in this game.
Phoenix as well, perhaps taking a bit of caution with Tyler Lewis still carrying a knock. He is on the bench in case he's needed. Russo flashed across the face. Lovely touch finds its way to Watson. Cosimo Russo in retreat, didn't give him any room to roam. Parthamos, Rogan, Allen. Fitzroy already in the groove. Russo's touch was heavy, invited Vu to win it back. Sapina just trying to take some of the sting out of what Fitzroy wants to be a hot start. Showed too much of it to Allen momentarily. Alice did well to drive his way down the line. Aaron Yu had to be off his line to make the save, and Phoenix go from back to front and win themselves a corner.
It's the first key chance for Northern Phoenix this game, and it was really the good goalkeeping of Aaron Yu to come out with that precision timing to block it off the shot. Now it's a corner.
Options waiting. Watson. Quick 1-2 with Sapina. Russo there to close the door, and they will do it all over again. 3 of Fitzroy's starters were 3 of the Fitzroy Futsal Roo Fab 4 that were named in the week. Corey Saul, the other name, added to the list of Aaron Yu, Cosimo Russo, and of course the skipper Scott Rogan. All will be featuring on national team duty. At the moment, they have to see off Phoenix and make sure that their side can stretch their legs. Sapina had the two around him, squeezed it out for Watson. It was blocked by Allen, and Russo's now on the charge. That's a brilliant challenge from Alice, who's now dancing at Parthamos, and Yu got down well. Ricocheted out to Vu. Parthamos with a tidy challenge and then lost out. Vu tried to turn it around the corner, but instead turned it out of play.
And early on, it's Northern Phoenix looking like the better side against the Tigers. More ferocious and just better key opportunities going forward. Cosimo Russo losing that ball, but Fitzroy will need to reset.
Allen quickly on for Rogan. Face to face with Sapina. Parthamos. That's a smashing ball in for Russo, who just darted between. Rolled it back for Allen, who tried to fizz it into Rogan. It was just a fraction too wide. And as a result, Fitzroy's pressure will peter out.
What's your favourite type of fraction, Ethan?
Alice's ball down the line. Parthamos cut it out. Sapina was quickly across. He was there to make a strong challenge. Might he be somebody to watch tonight, Josh?
He was spectacular in their playoff performances against Hume. He was a game changer, and he hasn't quite hit the mark in serious futsal. Been absent, and this is the chance for him to show what a quality player he is in the top division.
Alice got it back to Vu away from Rogan. Speared it on for Watson, whose touch was heavy. Allen got it back from Parthamos. Not as cleanly as he would have liked. Recycled it for Russo. Rogan. Fitzroy turning the screw. Stabbed for Parthamos, who had options left and right. Sat down Montfroy, and Watson with a brilliant challenge prevented Fitzroy's number 6 from finding the opener.
Parthamos just dances through the defence. Tries to find just an inch of space to get past Montfroy. He does well in a great block. Corner it is, Fitzroy.
Will be Parthamos' take. All the way out for Rogan. Allen. Parthamos again just drifted. Tried to return it for Rogan, who stumbled. And Sapina is all on his own. Round Aaron Yu, and Phoenix lead on the break. One end to the other in a flash. Sapina capitalising on a slip from the Fitzroy skipper. And Northern Phoenix have themselves in front. Remarkable. An absolutely remarkable start for a Phoenix side who, while having had glimpses on the break, finally capitalise on a bit of Fitzroy misfortune.
Ethan, I had to leave for a moment after witnessing that. I cannot believe Jonathan Sapina just walked through a Futsal Roo team like that and then passes a Futsal Roo keeper into an open net. Fantastic from Jonathan Sapina.
And the dream start for Northern Phoenix. who at the moment, according to suggest, Filio might be the target. Rogan speared it in. Russo with a loose one. Alice has got Sapina up with him. Was waiting on the runners. It's Sapina once again, and Aaron Yu had the momentum taken back, but made a rather fine save, and then trying to find Filio or Parthimos, split the two and found neither. Might have taken a touch on its way out. Parthimos. Filio. Fitzroy just calling it down. That's a beauty of a ball. Montfroy came and he got there, and he had to. Watson wasn't able to make a clean connection on his clearance. Rogan. Back for Filio. That's a lovely return for Rogan, who's got a yard onto himself and has trickled it wide of the post. This, of course, a Fitzroy team without August Player of the Month Corey Saul this evening. And already, perhaps, feeling the impact of having him out of the lineup. Wicket. On for Rogan. On the switch for Filio. So trying to calm things down. Wicket once again. Vu's turn to press this time. Filio with a delightful loft. Wicket's touch just invited Vu to come across and shut the door.
And you can definitely see those 2 times they've gone over the top. Fitzroy, it has worked and it has provided them an optimal chance to beat this Phoenix high line. They're pressing really well. And again, Fitzroy is a team that warms up into a game. So holding them now is very important.
Parthimos. Stabbed it on for Rogan, who got a yard and rolled it in. A brilliant finish on the turn from Scott Rogan. And Fitzroy have found themselves a way to restore parity.
And again, Northern Phoenix, all credit to them to hold on for the amount of time that they did, but Fitzroy always find a way to score. And I think the way to beat them in this one is simply to outscore them.
Phoenix have a free kick in a position where Sapina might fancy this one. Waiting on the runners. Has options left and right. Sapina chooses to drill it instead and forces a fabulous save out of Aaron Yu.
He's really making Aaron Yu earn his money today. A brilliant save in the top right. And now Phoenix, another chance for the offensive.
Phoenix corner. Sapina again the recipient. And this time slashes over. But at the moment, whenever they go forward, Josh, they just look such a threat.
Both teams look like a threat going forward. This might be a very offensive game. Seb Wicket tries to get over to Scott Rogan, looking for the half volley. And still in play, Sapina.
Couldn't get his way out of a Fitzroy tangle. Alice on for Vu. Sapina is around Rogan and then held up terrifically. Scott Rogan in retreat with a crucial challenge just to stop him up as he was bearing down once again.
And it's so difficult to deal with someone like Jonathan Sapina. He's so tall, so wide, and so fabulous on the ball. Realistically, when you're a defender, you're trying to stop that player. It's very difficult. He gets you off balance despite his height. He's fantastic, and he's causing Fitzroy such trouble.
Well, Jarin gave it back to Aaron Yu. Filio tried to get around Alice and did. Lovely touch from Wicket, and Filio's flashed it wide.
Wicket says, anything you can do, I can do better. Knocks the ball with a brilliant nutmeg and almost gets the goal of the week for Fitzroy. Inches wide.
Tigers showing the threat they possess as well. Jarin wasn't able to steer it in. But having been a goal down and having been tested, getting level has seen Fitzroy go up a gear. Couple of chances in the space of a matter of seconds. Might be Northern Phoenix's turn to hold on a little bit. Alice, away from Wicket. Wanted to go on a drive, only ran into Rogan. Wicket's got Jarin with him. It's Saka Jarin. Montfroy got down. and made a smart save. He wants to go quickly. Sapina, they wanted a whistle, and they do get one in the end. Just as Sapina was again one-on-one with Aaron Yu. He was deemed to have impeded Rogan illegally. But that is the danger of that ball over the top from Montfroy. And the danger that somebody like Sapina possesses when he's in at that pivot role. He's got such a deft touch. But on that occasion, his touch was perhaps more coarse as Filio wasn't able to find Aaron Yu, much to the dismay of not only Pep Filio, but much of the Fitzroy bench as well. Ses McCullough has made the move over to Northern Phoenix. Got it back from Zacharias, not how he would have wanted. Got it onto Alice, who tried to wander away from Jarin, but wasn't quite able to without being fouled. Take it quickly on for Sapina, rolled it for Ses McCullough, and that's a top save from Aaron Yu at his near post. Terrific stop from the Australian international, and it's another Phoenix corner. Sapina gave it back to Ses McCullough, trying to work their way out of a cul-de-sac, but weren't able to keep it in. Aaron Yu with Fizz on for Sakawal Jarin, who's face to face with Ses McCullough. Back to Allen, down the line for Nepomuceno, who wanted a foul off Sapina and gets one. Romario Barjo just being reminded of his boundaries. Joe Akon, well and truly conversing with Javaro Nepomuceno, who's within range. It is Nepomuceno, it's off the post. Caught it sweet, but just wasn't able to steer it into the net. A terrific hit from Fitzroy's man from Curaçao. Just couldn't quite find the corner while Jarin on the press. Ses McCullough tried to waltz his way out of it, but only ran out of room. The league leaders turning the screw at the moment. While Jarin on for Allen, Nepomuceno switched it for Jarin once again. Nepomuceno held his run. While Jarin, this is a lovely move in the making, but he just wasn't able to make it stick. Montfroy again quickly for Sapina, who's been Phoenix's outlet, tried to steer it on for Ses McCullough, but Aaron Yu was alert to it, and Ses McCullough had just spun away at the wrong moment, while Jarin tried to get around Alice, who held him up. Another Phoenix foul. Already, they've accumulated their fourth. So they're on a tightrope already, and we haven't reached the halfway stage of the first half. Ice getting thinner for Northern Phoenix at the moment. While Jarin has a free kick. It is Sakawal Jarin to take. Montfroy parried. Sapina was first on the scene. Allen got a foot in. Appeals for handball, waved away. Nepomuceno had to go all the way home. And Aaron Yu with height. Found Sapina, whose touch made sure that Montfroy just had to be cautious when giving it back to him. Sapina, Ses McCullough. Lovely footwork from Sapina to get around Jarin. Trying to twist and turn his way forward. Nepomuceno now comes across the press as well. Sapina holding them all off. Got around one, got around two. And once again wants to go at Nepomuceno. Gave it back to Alice, who's around Nepomuceno. Has options left and right. Sesmakula couldn't steer it away from Peluso, who's got it on for Waljarin, has runners with him. It's Christian Peluso, while Jarry was bundled into. And Sapina finds his way into the book, and Phoenix find themselves with 5 fouls. Confirmation of it. And a Northern Phoenix protest will fall on deaf ears. Jonathan Sapina certainly not happy about that decision. His side of the argument, of course, is that he stood his ground and was bundled into by an oncoming Waljarin. Bit of confusion at the moment as to what is going on. A couple of protests being made. And in fact, we're on the search for a new ball, and we have found one. And once again, it'll be Javaro Nepomuceno taking aim. Jarin's at the back post, Allen lurking, Peluso is certainly looking to be a menace to Montfroy. Alice up with him. Phoenix, who have held firm up until now, have a free kick to defend. It is Nepomuceno again. The wall did its job. Sesmakula on the block. Sapinia's now on the charge, and it's 3-on-1. Sapinia around Aaron Yu again, and wasn't able to turn it in via the post. While Jarin on the slide has knocked the goal out of place. But that was desperately close once more for Sapina, who could have added a second. And that is where the threat is present and the danger is ominous. When Sapina gets free on the charge just like that and was inches away from putting Northern Phoenix back in front.
Absolutely, and he's done it, I guess, the first time tonight when he absolutely destroyed Aaron Yu brilliantly. That's just a testament to the quality player he is. But again, Aaron Yu, he wants to show what he can do on the ball, coming out past the halfway line.
Shifts it quickly on for Allen. Down the line for Nepomuceno. Waiting on his runners, held up by Alice. Was able to recycle it for Allen, who worked the yards and sliced it when he went to strike. Peluso did his best to try and keep it in.
You can see how shaky and cautious Phoenix are now on that 5th foul. And it's a mismanagement of the game to allow it to get to that point so early on. Now Fitzroy really in the box seat to take home the first half, even if it's 1-1 now. 12 minutes of stop clock. There's no way that Phoenix don't give away a foul.
Sapina accumulated a few of those and has already found himself in the book. On for Alice. Sesmakula. You can see once again Northern Phoenix tentative in their approach. Sesmakula with a tidy turn away from Peluso. Rattled it into Allen, who was happy to wear it. Phoenix will have to be on their best behaviour to the break. If they're not to give Fitzroy a clear look from the spot. Sesmakula on for Alice against Sapina, the option. He's breezed his way beyond Nepomuceno and crashed it against the post once again. Phoenix, certainly down the left flank, are having some joy, and they've won a corner.
Last touch of Aaron Yu, and a really good save. This one might find Sesmakula, couldn't get it, just a miss kick, scuffs it.
Trevor Sesmakula with the corner taken quickly, wasn't able to strike that sweetly, got it from Peluso. Gave it on for Alice, drove it into Allen. Peluso now on for Nepomuceno, and Phoenix are in retreat. Allen was charging forward, and Alice did superbly in recovery. Terrific challenge and terrific frame of mind. Montfroy goes long. Sesmakula trying to spin away from Russo, who did well to hold him up. Alice in for Sapina. Just trying to turn away from Peluso. Sapina, lovely return. Alice to drill one. And Aaron Yu gets down to make a smart save.
You really have to give credit to how Phoenix are playing. Not many teams come up against Fitzroy and play such dynamic futsal, particularly in the offensive end.
They're causing the league leaders at least a couple of headaches. Sapina through the legs of Allen, but didn't have an on-runner. The only one to come and gather it was Aaron Yu, who flung it on to Peluso. Shifted it away from Alice, wanted to go right, then went left. Phoenix won handball. Zacharias is leading the charge the other way. Parthamos tried to hold him up. And Northern Phoenix will have a free kick.
And even Fitzroy racking up the fouls early on. 10 minutes left in this first half. And I will say, Northern Phoenix, you do get that set piece. They're not the masters of the set piece that Fitzroy might be, but it is a key opportunity now. They've brought on Sinan Gulak, who might be able to get a clear shot off against the Futsal keeper, Aaron Yu.
Parthamos, the sole tiger in the wall. Alice has the free kick. Sapina is furthest back. Alice went to drill one. Certainly had the pace, but not quite the precision. Rogan. Fitzroy happy to take their time. You sense that they will be more patient. They're looking to draw Phoenix into another foul. Rousseau. Parthamos. Tries to shift the yard on that left foot around Ses McCullough. Down the line for Robotis, who couldn't turn it into Rogan's path. Instead only found Monfroy, who's on for Sapina. Couldn't get it beyond Rousseau, but Sapina was so quick in recovery. Alice didn't oblige him with a run. Robotis, it's Cosimo Russo, shifted inside, and that's a brilliant save from Monfroy down low.
And I'll tell you what, if Monfroy keeps playing like this, you have to look at him as the number one goalkeeper. He has been fantastic.
Certainly creates more competition in the Phoenix keeping ranks. Monfroy's giving a good account of himself this evening. Robotis, lovely touch from Rogan. Parthamos has got a yard, drilled it for Russo, and Monfroy again with another magnificent stop. Came quickly off his line to close down the angle and deny Cosimo Russo, who was in one-on-one. Rogan, Parthamos, Russo this time! Shouts for handball waved away. Fitzroy have a corner. Taken quickly for Parthamos, who's lost out to Ses McCullough, who's on the break. Robotis in retreat. Ses McCullough on for Alice! Phoenix again on the break, hit the front. One end to the other. Ses McCullough smart, drew the second as well. Rolled it onto Alice, who made no mistake and belted it into the top corner. And Phoenix, who have racked up 5 fouls, who have withstood some pressure, now lead the leaders again.
Phoenix are doing a better job than Pasca Vale at this stage. Really, you've got to give them credit. They're playing fantastic and they're really getting into those positions, causing Fitzroy a lot of harm, but they still have to hold on. With 9 minutes left, they can't give away that foul.
Vu certainly testing the boundaries in his entanglement with Rogan. Worked down the line for Russo. Rogan wanted the second. Monfroy came to mop up. Speared it for Ses McCullough. It was just a fraction behind him.
It was off balance. Very difficult to control the ball, moving backwards and guarded by the likes of Parthamos. Unlucky, but it will be Fitzroy's side ball.
Parthamos on the switch for Aaron Yu. Of course, two former Western United teammates. Now reunited. Rogan back for Aaron Yu, who's momentarily gone fifth and flashed his effort just over the bar. Not a bad adventure from Fitzroy's Australian international shot stopper. Sapina rolled away from Robotis. Kluak wanted to give it on the return, but only found touch.
Right idea, not executed correctly, obviously. Now, Cosimo Russo to bring it back in for Fitzroy from the side ball.
Russo told to retreat a yard. Robotis gave him the run. Sesmakula stabbed in, and Sapina is all on his own again. And this time off the post gives Phoenix a 3-1 lead. 3 counter-attacks, 3 goals, and the leaders have got some work to do.
I'm speechless, Ethan. I'm speechless. Jonathan Sapina is running wild against the Tigers. No words.
Sapina at the double. He's on a first half hat-trick. And Phoenix lead Fitzroy 3-1. Rogan tried to spear it to the back post, nearly broke fortuitously for Robotis, but Sesmakula lunged in and conceded a corner. And Fitzroy one timeout. We wondered if and when it would come. And inside the final 8 minutes of the first half, Jimmy Soufas has decided he wants a team talk and he wants a reshuffle as Phoenix lead Fitzroy 3-1. We return from timeout for the first time tonight, with Northern Phoenix 3-1 up against Fitzroy. All 3 goals have come on the break in rather similar fashion, with Sapina's at the double, Alice with the other, and Fitzroy have a bit of work to do before the break if they are to get themselves level at least. They do have a corner, Filio to take, all the way out for Parthamos, who's drilled one back immediately. A piercing finish from Elias Parthamos, and Fitzroy, in the blink of an eye, have one back. Terrific goal from the corner. And it's another Jimmy Soufas set play that gets them back within 1, as Aaron Yu wants his net relocated.
Well, Ethan, now looking at this game, 3-2, still that foul in it, and of course, we know that when they go later into the second half, that Fitzroy will definitely implement 5th man or that flying keeper, and I wonder how Fitzroy will deal with, Phoenix will deal with that 5th man, because they're not used to playing against it defensively, and that's where Fitzroy really have their advantage.
Filio skipped away from Vu, moved it on for Rogan, who was waiting on his runners away from Sesmakula. Filio in quickly to mop up. Wicket away from Sesmakula once more. Filio gave it back to him with a lovely return. Wicket wanted to go at Sapina, took a tumble, but it was adjudged to be shoulder to shoulder. No harm done.
I think it just was, it wasn't even judged, it just was shoulder to shoulder, and you've got to let that play on.
Rogan around Kluak and around Sapina. Rogan tried to square it back and instead just faded away on the strike and nearly tested Montfroid his near post. You mentioned that 5th man that may come into effect in this second half if it stays like this. Do you think that's where a lot of the sides promoted from the championship struggle?
Absolutely, it's a different ball game, and it's just something they're so not used to. And you have to be so good defensively as a unit, It's not just about your individual defensive attributes, it's about how you work as a team, and you have to practice that. Against a team like Fitzroy who move the ball so quickly and so well.
As Rogan clipped it back for Wicket, who wasn't able to turn it in. But Fitzroy are turning the screw. Northern Phoenix eyes now turning anxiously towards the clock, which still has around 7 minutes. Alice did well to keep that in. Fitzroy press holding firm. Sapina. Vu. Phoenix practicing patience, tried to spear it for Seth McCullough. Filio did well to read that and went alone. Wasn't troubling Montfroy. He wants to go quickly. Seth McCullough stole a yard. And just as he was about to spear it towards Sapina at the back stick, he ran out of room. But that, once again, that room over the back and the space in behind is something Montfroy has looked to target in this first half. And currently, it's safe to be said, with rather good effect. Wicket onto Russo. In for Filio, who's face to face with Vu. Russo got it back to him. Filio couldn't work it for Wicket.
And it's a great step there from Sessa Makula, who just puts enough pressure to keep Filio guessing about what to do with that ball. Should he pass, should he shoot? And again, look at that.
Phoenix finding a way to box out. Watson. Just waiting on his runners. So that chose Vu. Filio with the tidy challenge. Fitzroy still a goal down. Maybe some of that frustration starting to show. Sapina into Vu, got around Nepomuceno, got around Wicket, forced Aaron Yu into a save. Phoenix want a foul, it's waved away. Filio now going the other way. On for Wicket, wanted to switch for Rogan, but well and truly got under it.
We look at the scoreline, 2-3. Even a draw, Fitzroy will be very disappointed with, considering that Maul in there, I guess, rivals dropped points last week to Melbourne Aku. Their advantage will be gone if they drop points here.
Sapina couldn't steer around the two of them. Vu wanted it back. Filio now firing forward. Couldn't get away from Watson. Got it back from Wicket and then conceded a corner. What a strange sequence of futsal. Sapina in retreat, forced Filio into conceding a corner.
I haven't seen a corner conceded in your own half, when the opposition's half in, I think, my career here. Ethan?
How bizarre. Suleiman Mohammed, timeout card in hand. Sapina from the corner for Vu. Phoenix trying to turn the screw and get themselves a 2-goal buffer back. Vu pokes it low and Aaron Yu got down to meet it.
Again, Phoenix doing a good job of buying themselves time in this first half. They really just want to get to the end and ensure they don't, again, concede that foul.
Alice's effort, blocked by Wicket. Vu, Sapina, back with Julian Vu, switched it on for Alice. Rogan was quickly across. Tried to stab it for Sapina, and now Wicket can go the other way. Through the legs of Alice, Rogan with a loose touch, and Vu just hammered it anywhere in clearance.
I believe that's not Alice, Ethan. I think that's Dion, number 8. They may have just put the numbers in wrong. Why is Tyler Lewis coming on with 5 minutes to go? Why is there a keeper change? Why is there a keeper change? I actually could not understand.
Fitzroy gone 5th. Josh Allen. For Rogan.
Seems like he hasn't been listed.
Back with Allen. Parthamos. Messino was an option. Fitzroy go 5th early. That's Tyler Lewis in to defend it. Allen with a loose touch. Vu hammered it. It nearly broke for Rogan. Phoenix want a high foot and they'll get it.
Mustn't be listed.
And now Phoenix will have time out. In a chaotic passage.
We're
We return from timeout. 5 minutes to half time, and Phoenix with a free kick. I'd just like to issue a bit of an apology to Dion Nicolaides. Wasn't listed in the team this evening. He is Phoenix's number 8. Scored an absolute corker of a goal as well. It's very rare that we get it wrong, but it does happen.
I'd blame Phoenix for ineptitude in that one, to be honest with you. I'd blame Phoenix.
Either way, the matter is sorted now. Need not place any more blame. Subpoena from the free kick. Nicolaides wanted to drop off, tried to spear it.
Ooh.
On for Watson. Rogan took a tumble. Fitzroy did a foul that didn't come. Watson away from Nepomuceno. Subpoena. As Cess McCullough. Clips it on for Watson. Parthamos in firmly, too firmly, and gives away a free kick.
It's getting hectic. It's getting up there with the foul count. Parthamos, his shoulder must have been a little bit too high, close to the face. It is a free kick for Jonathan Subpoena. We saw what he did last time against Aaron Yu from a similar position in the middle of the court. Let's see what he could do now.
And that is Fitzroy's 4th foul. So they themselves now are on a bit of a tightrope. Subpoena to drill it low, and Aaron Yu got across to make the save. Had to sprawl himself down low. Subpoena didn't go with height, as he maybe first thought. Switched it on for Nicolaides, who did well. Subpoena again, face to face with Nepomuceno. The two incredibly tantalising futsal players face to face. Russo with a good challenge. Watson rattled it off Cess McCullough. Parthamos with a lovely touch. Rogan rolled it across the face. Nepomuceno wanted a corner, but Tyler Lewis didn't get a touch.
You can really see Jimmy Sufis now trying to implement that high press from the early stages of the match to really try and get at Phoenix's build-up play, and it's working.
Fitzroy go 5th again. Josh Allen, the one entrusted with the fly kit this evening. They do rotate it rather often. Sometimes it's Cosimo Russo, sometimes Rogan. Tonight, it's Allen's duty.
It's a big risk versus reward to go 5th man in this situation. We spoke earlier about the advantage that Fitzroy have, but again, one wrong move and Northern Phoenix have that 2-goal buffer yet again.
Lewis looked long. Cess McCullough tried to steer it in, only steered it to Russo, who gave it to Nepomuceno. Rolled around Subpoena, stabbed it back. Wonderful futsal Fitzroy, and a brilliant save from Tyler Lewis. Cess McCullough going the other way. Nicolaides with a good touch. Subpoena twisting, turning. Russo in retreat, as was Parthamos. And in the end, Subpoena lost out. It's a lovely ball from Parthamos on for Nepomuceno. Cess McCullough in as firmly as he could have been without giving it away. Rogan recycled it and got it back from Parthamos. Fitzroy just take the sting out of it. Filio. Rogan. They find themselves a leveller. Parthamos. Allen, they can! A beautifully worked move. Finished terrifically by Josh Allen, who was all on his own to turn in at the back post. And Fitzroy, having been 2 down, have themselves level.
And we spoke about that advantage. They used it wonderfully, and now at a level stage, I still think they'll go for it. I still think they'll continue the 5th man in this half when they get the ball.
Nicolaides around Parthamos, not quite, that's 5 apiece.
Parthamos has given out 2 fouls away in this latter stage at 3. My apologies. Phoenix might claw back into this one after that defensive liability.
So where Northern Phoenix have had to tread carefully for almost half a half, Fitzroy now have to do it in the final few minutes for the break. It is Watson's free kick. Subpoena got there, and Rogan on the line made the block to deny Subpoena a first half hat-trick and deny Phoenix a way back into the lead. An all-important block. Subpoena, Nicolaides, Rogan again, Cess McCullough steered it over. And Aaron Yu wants to go quickly. Robotis was the option. Sesmakula did well. Sapina. Held up by Rogan, who cannot foul him. Sapina spun him. Robotis with a good challenge, and away from Sesmakula. Nikolidis in retreat did terrifically. Now his turn to go at Rogan.
Look at that.
Nikolidis trying to shift his way around. Watson came to give him a helping hand, and then didn't get his feet right. Parthamos picked his pocket, shifted it onto his left, went one way then the other, sat him down, and couldn't square it to Rogan. Terrific from Parthamos, and they get away with it, and now can go the other way. Watson through the legs of Filio. Sapina speeding, and that's a
save.
wonderful save.
Jesus. Oh my goodness.
What a super stop from Aaron Yu. Phoenix played their way out of the press, and Fitzroy's number one flung himself across to super effect. Nikolidis' effort blocked by Rogan. Watson tried to get away from Filio, only found Yu, who's quickly on for Robotis, who's got room to go. Instead, chose to recycle it, and they do retain the fifth. Parthamos. Filio. Down the line for Josh Allen, who waited on his runners and squeezed it through Tyler Lewis and in. Two for Allen in the fly, and Fitzroy have turned it around. Having been tested, the Tigers now find themselves ahead before half-time. And all of the good work that Northern Phoenix have done in the first 20 has, unfortunately for them, come undone. On the back of a fully firing fifth man Fitzroy. They now have just under a minute to get themselves level before the break. And of course, avoid the concession of another. Sapina from the side ball. Wanted Nikolidis. Again, Rogan at his back.
Oh
Sapina
my goodness.
wanted to spin his way around. He was fouled, and they have their opportunity.
He just backed him down like Shaquille O'Neal did to any centre in his era. Absolutely brilliant from Sapina. Wins the foul. Rogan couldn't handle him. And again, that's what I'm talking about when you have such a player who's so strong and so tall and so good with his feet. Even the best cannot hold him.
And Northern Phoenix, as a result, have themselves a 10-metre penalty.
You still have to beat Aaron Yu, though. You still have to beat Aaron Yu, and that is not easy.
Sapina, whose first half double, has Phoenix well and truly in this game. A hat-trick would bring them level on the stroke of half-time. To do so, he has to beat an Australian international. Sapina. Oh, that is glorious! What a gorgeous goal that is!
Oh my goodness!
A simply beautiful way to claim your hat-trick. The most delightful of dinks has Phoenix level again.
I've witnessed God on the futsal court. This is God on the futsal court. Oh my goodness. This is God on the futsal court.
How's your audacity? It was bold from Sapina. It was brilliant, but Voos turned into his own net. And Fitzroy have found a way back in front. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable.
Well, they were in heaven and now they're in hell. Ethan, after that own goal, they should have been more composed. And look at that. Down by a goal again.
A frantic 25 seconds of futsal. And Phoenix still have it all to do. Sapina can spin away from Robotis. Nikolidis went the poke. Aaron Yu got down. Sesmakula steered it over.
They need to be composed. 25 seconds. Fitzroy can definitely get another.
quickly from Lewis, on for Sapina. That's a smashing ball. Sapina juggling, twisting, turning. Not around Robotis, and then foul Filio. And Fitzroy will go up the other end.
Tyler Lewis is coming off on the other end. He's bringing on Tom Monfroy. For someone who I think is one of the best penalty stoppers, they've gone for Monfroy. How dare you speak to me like that? Sorry, had to copy him on that.
Tyler Lewis most displeased with perhaps a couple of the comments. Romario Barjo is making the point that he is behind the chairs and still finds himself in the book.
And who do you suppose is taking this penalty? Is it Parthamos or is it Filio? It looks like it's Filio, but maybe it's just a really long run up for Parthamos. And I tell you what, Adam Palombi is going to be devastated. He couldn't make it for this first game because it's turning into a classic. But Pep Filio has a chance to give a 2-goal lead to Fitzroy coming into the second half. And it all happens with this strike of the ball.
Perhaps to round out a fiery and frantic first period. It is Pep Filio against Monfroy, and that's a brilliant save. Monfroy made himself big enough and got a foot to it.
Fantastic. And again, I was questioning that decision to swap goalkeepers again. I've been proven wrong. Monfroy comes on, makes the right choice. Does the Phoenix bench with a brilliant save from Monfroy.
Fitzroy corner taken quickly. Parthamos has a yard, rolled it on for Robotis. Rogan, Allen, who's got a yard himself. Seth McCullough on the block. Robotis happy to let it roll out.
2 seconds left. Robotis might take it quickly. It's a poor pass to Allen, forced to shoot. Good save.
Monfroy had to make sure, and at the end of one of the best first halves of the season so far, in a goal fest, a good old-fashioned shootout, it's Fitzroy who lead Northern Phoenix 5-4.
We're the Chair Punters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. Going on with that, our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over, and we're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to futsalers, and
Well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins and we're doing decent within the team. There's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. When you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it, but we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
We're signing off.
Signing off, James Daniel, starting captain, strikers.
Yeah, and send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Mara.
We return from half-time off the back of one of the finest first halves of futsal you are ever likely to see. How on earth do we top that? Where on earth do we go from here? And what does the second period have in store? Fitzroy lead Northern Phoenix by the barest of margins. But it's a Phoenix side who have shown tonight that they are ready to mix it whenever possible.
Absolutely, and look, they've got that advantage. It's been a fantastic first half, and we can only hope that this second half is just even half of the entertainment value of that first half.
Peluso quickly on for Waljarin. Fitzroy trying to work their way out of the press. That's a lovely touch from Wicket. Waljarin was waiting on Peluso. Wicket switched it for Rogan, whose touch was heavy, and Zacharias has forced the save, and on the follow-in, Nicolaitis has a double. And Northern Phoenix, inside the opening minutes, are level.
Well, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really escalated quickly, Ethan. What a fantastic finish. He breaks down the Fitzroy defence and just knocks it past Avenue. Wonderful.
Northern Phoenix's high press pays dividends. So we're banking on a loose touch on a night where the court has been rather slippery. And Nicolaitis, for his double, was just able to slide in to a mostly vacant net, as Aaron New had done well to make the first save. It's Peluso. Wicket tried to stab it to the back stick for Waljarin. Zacharias did well to close the door on him. Montfroy with haste. Gluak. That's a giveaway from Nicolaitis, who's rolled it to Wicket, while Jarin wanted the switch. Nicolaitis there now to mop up his own error and then spin his way out of trouble superbly. Well, before trying to go again and winning back again. Ses McCullough. Nicolaitis not around Rogan, who did terrifically well. And then
wonderful.
Again had another slip. Ses McCullough one in. Nicolaitis waited on Zacharias. Wicket in retreat, won it back. Ses McCullough shifted away from two, tried to get around Waljarin, and now Peluso can parade the other way. Rogan up with him, Peluso went alone. That's a magnificent Montfroy save down low.
Peluso drives well, takes all the space and takes all the advantage of it. It's just simply a fantastic save from Montfroy.
Kind of explosiveness that Christian Peluso is known for on full display as Zacharias nearly turned into his own net and nearly got it back from Montfroy, but while Jarin
Whoa, what is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing? Why is he doing that? Okay. It's a ticking time bomb, and I wonder what the referee is going to make of that situation. They have to be... It's just a crucial decision.
Saka Waljarin has been called back on. He was most displeased.
It's a yellow.
And he's in the book.
All right, well.
Both are in the book.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Zacharias for trying to climb his way over Sakawal Jarin.
He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to do that. This game, you have the momentum. After scoring that goal, you're putting them under pressure. They're on the back foot in his first 4 or 2 minutes, sorry. Just relax, man. Chill. Take a chill pill.
Now that situation is settled, we're both in the book. Scott Rogan is going to want to resume things. Wicket. Back for Rogan. Now on for Aaron Yu. He tried to roll it and found Nepomuceno. Rogan on the charge, speared it for Wicket, who wasn't able to turn it in. Another terrific Fitzroy move, and it just lacked the finishing touch.
Wicket in the right place, just couldn't get enough on it, or couldn't get on it, to be frank. And again, he's getting in those good positions. It'll come for Fitzroy if they continue doing that.
Kluak gave it to Peluso, who got it back from Rogan and shifted it on for Wicket. Fitzroy starting to turn the screw a little bit. Rogan, switch for Peluso again, who's around Zacharias, and away from Ses McCullough! And Peluso flashed it wide, but that's a brilliant darting run.
Peluso looks like he's playing with a point to prove this game. After not playing last game, I think he's been injured for a few weeks, coming on, looking on fire, and he might be able to change his game if he continues in that direction.
Zacharias waited on an option. Went long, went too long for Gluak. Yu quickly on for Wicket. That's a smashing ball for Christian Peluso through the legs of Montfroy. And having been denied not once but twice, at the third time of asking, he has his goal. And Fitzroy have their lead back.
Again, as I said, point to prove, and he's proved it there, giving Fitzroy that 1-goal lead that they've had for a majority of the time in this match. Anything can happen.
A piece of Peluso precision is now the telling touch. As Fitzroy are withstanding the Northern Phoenix test to good effect. Nicolidis was charging his way forward, and Peluso, having just scored, gives away a free kick.
Well, I don't know why he's complaining. I mean, I haven't seen a cleaner foul in a while, to be honest. Probably about 5 minutes, but still.
Peluso protesting his innocence. Unfortunately, that one looked rather stone wall. Phoenix have a free kick. Nicolidis, who's on a hat-trick, took it quickly and then got it back from Gluak. Nicolidis went low. Aaron Yu made the save. Ses McCullough couldn't steer it in.
Wonderful.
Wicket hooked it. Nepomuceno chased, but Montfroy came out to mop up. Gluak on for Zacharias. Lovely challenge from Wicket. Gluak did well to stop Nepomuceno. Touched it on tidily. Ses McCullough stood up by Rogan. Not able to find a way around him. Nicolidis pressed by Peluso. Got away from him. And again, Scott Rogan stood up and made a strong challenge.
Ses McCullough taking from the side ball will find Gulak. And they're just taking their time because they know keeping their score line close in this game, so vital.
Gluak wasn't able to loft it beyond Peluso. He has certainly made a positive impact at the start of this second half. Northern Phoenix trying to work themselves level again. They've got a corner. Peluso had to get a touch on it. And they have another set-piece opportunity as his short but successful burst comes to an end. Ses McCullough out for Sapina. Couldn't get away from Russo and then sold Zacharias short. Allen wanted to go the long way round. Sapina and Montfroy did incredibly well. Two former South Melbourne boys just to shut the door. Montfroy wanted to look long for Ses McCullough. Might break for Nicolidis, who's got Nepomuceno at his back. And Javaro Nepomuceno with a very, very good challenge. Rogan. On for Aaron Yu. Down the line for Russo.
Oh, there it is.
And Sapina has an open net momentarily. Russo and Rogan in retreat did well to slow him up. Sesmakula tried to catch Aaron Yu out, but wins a corner.
Sapina just smart. He knows maybe he might not get the optimal shot. Maybe you have to have a crack there when Aaron Yu's out in the goal.
Fitzroy shot stopper. Not exactly pleased with that clearance. Sesmakula's corner. Sapina. Back for Sesmakula. Zacharias kept that in, but clipped his effort across the face.
Yeah, Ethan, watching this game, of course, 15 minutes left to go. What have you made of Jonathan Sapina's impact?
It's quite easy to say in one word. Superb. He has been absolutely excellent for Phoenix tonight. Been a real game changer. And more will be required from him if they are to go about getting a result out of this game. But Montfroid's given it away to Nepomuceno and then made a brilliant save via the crossbar as well to make up for it.
He must have a guardian angel or something looking down on him. What an excellent recovery save.
And Fitzroy, who were looking for a buffer, had to settle for a corner. Rogan stolen in at the near post. And Montfroid wants to go quickly for Sapina, but Allen is ever so quickly across.
I think if you're Northern Phoenix in this game, I think you'd be quite upset that you're versing Fitzroy, because if you're versing any other team playing like this, I think you've got the 3 points.
Elias Parthamos getting prepped to re-enter. Sapina tried to get around Allen. Watson with a lovely return and a great challenge by Russo, who's got Rogan, who's now got two up with him. Nepomuceno one way, Russo the other. Rogan went alone. And was perhaps just a touch off balance as he went to strike.
It's a tough shot from distance against the informed Montfroid. Needs to be perfect. Wasn't quite there.
Sesmakula. Quarter of an hour remaining of what has been a cracking game so far. 15 more minutes of sheer futsal fantasy, and that's a lovely ball over the top. Sesmakula invited Russo's challenge. Rogan can charge the other way. Only find Montfroid, who wants to go quickly. Sesmakula tried to steer it towards the back post, and he wasn't a million miles away.
It's audacious. And again, I think I have to rate that move right there. Very difficult. Now Parthamos on the ball for Fitzroy. Tries the chip down the middle, looking for Javara at the target. Holds it up well, finds Allen, forced to retreat, ball out.
Sapina wanted to go quickly. Got it back from Sesmakula. Nicolidis had peeled away momentarily. Watson nearly showed too much of it to Russo. Nicolidis gave him the return. Watson a drill one. And he's won a corner.
Watson just had to have a stab there. Nothing much else in terms of opportunity. And I think this is a prime opportunity from the set piece for Northern Phoenix to work some magic as Vu comes on.
Julian Vu going to occupy the back stick. Parthamos with him. Watson's corner. Nicolidis hustled by Allen. Nearly ran out of room. Watson did well. Only found Nepomuceno, however. Russo. 1-2 with Parthamos. Tried to spear it for Nepomuceno. Sapina read it and is now on the charge the other way. Vu with him. Nicolidis too. Sapina.
Oh, still in. Oh, it's through the nutmeg.
Nicolidis through the legs of Allen. And then into Aaron Yu, who's gone for Nepomuceno. Montfroid came and got there again. Russo with an open net. Montfroid just hammered a leg at it to clear his lines. Another opportunity goes amiss. Russo couldn't find Nepomuceno, and Vu will let it roll out.
Vu goes short to Montfroid, and he'll take it up himself. Only Russo to guard him at the half court. Finds Watson given away. Russo. Robotus. Good recovery from Watson.
In retreat, he did rather well. Just to get a foot in the way. Side ball all the way back to his keeper. Aaron Yu allowed to venture again. Parthamos tried to turn it for Russo. Nicolidis got a challenge in. Vu was the one who came away with it. Parthamos with a tidy tackle himself. And then around Vu. Allen tried to rip it into Russo. Nicolidis did well. Vu, Sapina. who wants to go on the charge. Managed to keep it via Allen. And Sapina, not once but twice, has played it into Cosimo Russo, who he wished would retreat. Jonathan Sapina's just got to be careful, of course. He was booked in the first half. Phoenix would ill afford to lose him, not just for the remainder of this game, but for next week too.
Exactly right, and they're versing Melbourne Arcu, a relegation rival.
Nicolidis showed too much of it to Russo. Robotis, Allen. Russo once again. Fitzroy exercising patience. That's a great read from Nicolidis, who did well to keep it alive. Parthamos in retreat, going to make the challenge, and Russo bundled him over. Phoenix free kick.
Nicolidis taking on Cosimo Russo and getting that foul. Coming out on top, that's, I think, 2 now for Fitzroy.
Nicolidis has been the recipient of both in this second half. Another Phoenix free kick. Sapina down the line. Nicolidis steered it on. Vu got in ahead. And Zacharias wanted to turn. Allen made a good challenge. Sapina from the side ball. Really put under the pump by Robotis. Spina happy to hold it up.
Oh, my
lovely
goodness.
ball into Vu.
Dude.
Nicolidis. Sapina tried to touch it on for Zacharias. Russo takes it away. Parthamos switched it for Allen. Robotis had just ventured. Russo, Allen, Parthamos. Gave it and got it back and gave it again to Allen. Parthamos once more. Russo. Nicolidis nearly stole in, and he's down. He's feeling a bit sore, and Russo adds insult to injury. Cosimo Russo, having got through the ball, got a yard, and turned it into the top corner for a bit of Fitzroy breathing room.
And absolutely right. And I think in this game, Fitzroy have done well at taking chances when they come. And I think Phoenix have been the better side this second half. But Fitzroy, when they get the opportunity, make it count.
A fabulous finish from one of last season's Golden Boot trio. Already on the march, perhaps, to go again. Phoenix, having been in this game for all of it, have got to show some of that grit and that mettle. Blues effort, blocked by Parthamos. Parthamos. Robotis. Russo. Fitzroy trying to turn things. Robotis. Allen. You get the feeling now that the game hinges on the next goal. Vu with a good challenge. Nearly broke for Allen. Zacharias. That's a lovely take from Sapina, who tried to whip it round. Vu slid in, and now it's 2-on-1. Russo's got Allen up with him. It's Josh Allen for a hat-trick of his own, and Montfort makes a good save.
Corner it is, and Allen might take it quickly for Fitzroy. Nope, I was completely wrong. Robotis will take it.
Harry Robotis saunters over. And Allen stole a yard, drilled it into Vu. And then slid in on Sapina, who's leading the charge. Seth McCullough with him. Sapina away from Parthamos. Seth McCullough couldn't steer it in. That's a terrific save from Aaron New. And now Fitzroy go the other way. Parthamos around one, but not around Zacharias, who concedes a corner.
Ethan, I'm telling you right now, this Jonathan Sapina, when you think of futsal, when you think of magic, I think there's no one in this league that compares at the moment. This guy is magic. This guy is what you want to watch futsal for. I mean, he's just excellent. He's fantastic. He's brilliant. He's magical.
Perhaps Jonathan Sapina has certainly made a new fan this evening. Filio's corner for Fitzroy. Tried to fizz it across the face for Wild Jared. It was clever, but Zacharias was alert. This time with loft. Parthamos shift away from Seth McCullough and crashes the post.
I think that would have sealed it. I think that would have sealed it for Fitzroy. And with that post hit, there is a chance, a minimal chance, but a chance nonetheless for Northern Phoenix to come back into this game.
Sapina, who's away from wicket and sat him down. Watson got it from him and lashed it wide of the near post. Parthamos to bring it up. Filio. Back for Parthamos once more. That's a smashing ball for Peluso. And Montfroy had to get out there and make the save. Christian Peluso was collateral damage. Thankfully, Fitzroy's number 9 seems to be okay.
He's limping a little bit. Gets into position though. Filio finds Rogan, goes for the low-driven shot. Now Peluso might get a second stab at it. And a diving save from Montfroy. Parries it out for the side ball.
Terrific stop. From Montfroy once more. Fitzroy side ball. Rogan to take. Couldn't turn it over Sapina. Watson took no chances. Fitzroy corner. Jimmy Sufis just setting his sight. Rogan's corner. Peluso wasn't across, and Sapina's now on the march. Filio in retreat. It is Sapina once again. That's a superb, absolutely superb challenge from Filio. As Sapina went to go the loft over Aaron New once more.
And he wins the corner for Northern Phoenix. Might find Watson the strike. Miss-hits it. Peluso, and now Rogan can seal the deal.
Brilliant save from Montfroy. Zacharias, Sess McCullough, Watson going from one end to the other around Rogan. Refound Sess McCullough.
Okay, never mind. Must be my mind.
Zacharias. Sess McCullough shifted a yard, stabbed it on for Watson, but it was just a fraction too hot to handle. And breathe. Perhaps for the first time tonight. Filio and wicket and Sess McCullough have a bit of a scuffle. Nothing doing for either, say the officials. Both teams could certainly plead their case. In fact, Phoenix restart with a side ball. Zacharias. In for Sapina once again, who wants to spin away from Rogan. Oh. Sapina shifting one way, then the other, wins a corner.
And even when he doesn't get that ball in the back of the net, he provides positive opportunities for Northern Phoenix, like this corner here, which might go to Sess McCullough. It does. Sess
McCullough to strike. Rogan in the way to block, and Watson just let it trickle out. Phoenix have under 10 to find 2. If they are to rescue a point, Zacharias with zip and over the top.
Well, that won't be how you rescue the point. Might have to be a little bit lower.
Filio. Rogan. On for wicket. That's a beauty of a touch. Away from Zacharias. Couldn't find Filio. As Sess McCullough got it through the legs, but gave it back to Filio, who wants to shift onto that left foot. Sess McCullough on for Sapina. Peluso in retreat, made a good challenge.
Fitzroy need to be more clinical there. I mean, at the end of the day, they don't want to risk that opportunity of Northern Phoenix to come back into this game, and a 3-goal buffer, as I said earlier on, might just be enough. And again, Tyler Lewis has come on. I wonder why they've made that decision on the bench.
Maybe perhaps just to level out the minutes. He's of course recovering from an injury, so I could give him time to see if that's match fit. And that's a smashing ball for Sess McCullough, whose nod for Watson was greeted by Aaron New, who went quickly. Lewis came and got there.
I didn't know Tyler Lewis ran that fast. Comes out, knocks the ball into the bench. Fantastic goalkeeping from the skipper.
Peluso's side ball as a result, while Jarin had a yard. Sess McCullough on the block. Watson, as Peluso dangled a leg. Sapina, not away from Filio. Suleiman Mohammed and Joey Akon were not too happy. They thought Watson was fouled, and they certainly have a case. Sapina trying to shift away from Rogan.
Look at this. Fitzroy is literally putting 2 people on him. They are putting 2 people on him.
Sapina's won a free kick.
They're saying, we don't care that there's another 3 players on the court. Let's put 2 on this one guy. Because he's that good.
Sapina and Rogan just saying good evening to one another. And the official has to come and intervene. What I'm sure was a friendly chat. Romario Barhope, animated throughout the evening.
That's one way to put it.
Again, rather displeased. And you'd have to wonder why. Zacharias. Face to face with Wild Jarin. Lovely return from Gluak. Zacharias' touch too heavy.
And you have to wonder, will Northern Phoenix have the stamina to continue on for these 8 minutes of full stop clock? I wonder.
Cruz. On the line for Wild Jarin, who did well to work a yard for himself. Cruz switched it this time for Rogan. He's just waited on his runners. Allen. Rogan. Gluak in retreat. Rogan trying to shift it. That's a brilliant ball and a good cutout from Ses McCullough. Allen held him up well. Gluak. Sapina and him and Rogan resume their friendly rivalry. Sapina trying to spin his way down the line. Cruz came across to help and Phoenix have a corner. Sapina's take smashed it into Cruz. And they will do it all over again.
With his form tonight, why not have a try? Maybe it might go in.
Sapina more conventional this time. Zacharias. Sapina got it back. Cruz truly trying to hold him up. Sapina wasn't able to spin, and while Jarin can go, he's one-on-one. He's
oh my God! Oh, yeesh!
Who had to flatten him, and now there is a real decision to be made. While Jarin is down. There is a discussion being had.
And he's very lucky. They must think Saka while Jarin was away from the goal. That's the only way. That's the only way. It must be his direction is facing away from goal. Otherwise, I mean, Tyler Lewis cleaned him, took him out, sent him packing, and it's a penalty. Ooh, free kick, sorry.
The colour is yellow. To quite a lot of Fitzroy fury and frustration.
Look, if I was on the Fitzroy bench, I'd be upset. I'd be upset if I was on the Fitzroy bench. I would.
One coach standing, the rest sitting.
They must be thinking his body language is off.
Another flashpoint in Friday's opener. Tyler Lewis, perhaps a lucky man. I'm sure you could certainly hear what Capsabayos has to say about that. And to be quite frank, he might have a point.
Oh my.
While Jarin cleaned out, for lack of a better term. And Fitzroy have a free kick. If I was Tyler Lewis, I'd buy a lottery ticket. My word, what a decision that could prove to be. And after all the commotion, a hush and a well-Jarin wallop into Tyler Lewis.
Game on. Game on, Ethan. If that had gone for 3, I'd call it over, but nope. While Jarin will bring it in, Pep Filio. Corner it is Fitzroy.
Phoenix with another corner to defend. While Jarin to take. Waiting on the runners. Filio's just drifted to the back post, which allowed the space for Rogan. Allen. While Jarin couldn't give it and gave it away. Zacharias on the charge. Sapina up with him. It is Zacharias who was bundled over by Filio. Phoenix wants a foul.
Let's call it 1-1. Let's call it 1-1.
At the end of it, it's all a side ball. Gluak crashed it into Allen. My word. Zacharias, Gluak got away from Allen. Sapina speared it back for Zacharias. And Aaron Yu springing across makes a fine save.
Aaron Yu has had a fantastic game for Fitzroy in net, and if it wasn't for him, I think Northern Phoenix would have a few more.
Says McCullough to spirits, and Zacharias unable to apply a finishing touch. And the keeping change is made once more. Montfroy, who is without booking, is back on. And Seth McCullough takes a tumble.
I'm just waiting to see when Nicolaitis comes back on. He has been a star. Equally with Jonathan Sapina, fantastic. And Fitzroy have difficulty getting the ball off him. He's just such a player full of pace.
Sapina, hustled by Waljarin, who did enough without fouling him. Gluak came to provide some support. Took a touch off Waljarin and Rogan kept it alive. Phoenix wanted handball. Quickly on for Cruz, who's not around Gluak. Seth McCullough as well. Rogan, Allen, Cruz, who had room to drive. Gluak in firmly, but fairly enough.
This game's heating up. This game is heating up.
Waljarin gave it away to Sapina. Rogan in retreat. It worked its way back to Waljarin, and Vu quickly across to make the block. Another Fitzroy corner. Fizz towards Allen, and Vu again there to intervene.
Fitzroy really putting on the pressure now in this game, and they've taken control in these few minutes after that heated exchange. Russo finds Allen into Russo again, and Fitzroy moving the ball, trying to find something fantastic. It goes wide to Rogan and parried well by Montfroy,
who did well to find Sapina, who had options with him. Rogan so quickly in retreat, and now Russo's won it back. It's 3-on-2 for Fitzroy. Russo on the charge, gave it to Cruz, who flashed it wide of the post. In fact, no, he didn't. A magnificent Montfroy save again at the expense of a corner. Rogan's take. Rousseau peeled away. Watson made the block. Rogan. Rousseau! Montfroy parried it to Sapina, who's charging forward again. Options up with him. Zacharias was one. Vu was the other! Now then! Now then! Back within one with 5.5 to play.
Ethan, I'm in shock. There hasn't been a team that's done this in so long. They are providing entertainment value. Northern Phoenix, the team that everyone thought would be a pushover in this league, would go straight down, are going straight into the memory book.
Fitzroy, all of a sudden, have the foundation of their lead. You wouldn't say a touch shakier, but it's been tested once again. Sapina just backs into Allen. Just waiting on a runner. Vu whipped it for Watson. That's a beautiful take. Watson's got a yard, and Russo made the block. Took the sting out of it for Aaron Yu, who's quickly on for Wicket. Sapina across. And Wicket wasn't able to keep it alive.
Again, Ethan, I'm wondering when is Nicolaitis coming back on? I think they need him.
Zacharias. Sapina. Vu. He's touched nearly invited Allen. Sapina once more. Just waiting on the runners. Zacharias was one. Face to face with Russo. Worked it down the line for Watson, who's got around Rogan, and Watson for Zacharias, who's fluffed his lines.
Oh my goodness. You couldn't have hit it worse if you tried.
He has seriously dragged that. A golden opportunity.
My goodness. Was he aiming for the fans in the corner? If so, great shot.
And Fitzroy survive a scare. Rogan. Nepomuceno. Back for Scott Rogan. He's around Watson. who did well not to foul him. 3 fouls each in this second half, much more tame than the first. Rogan side ball, wicket. Switched it for Russo. Rogan. Russo. Detroit taking their time. Inside the final 4 minutes, Nepomuceno, wicket. Back with Javaro Nepomuceno. Russo. Vu pressed him well. Cleared only as far as Nepomuceno, wicket. Tried to steer it over Sapina, and it didn't work out, and now it's 3-on-2. Watson on for Zacharias, who couldn't sort his feet out, but wins a corner.
I don't think there's a single person at home on their seat. It's not possible. This game has levitated everyone.
Watson's corner. Vu stole the yard. Russo made the block.
RIP, that ball knocked through the door and gone into the grass. It's gone.
Watson to do it all over again. Vu short. Russo came to meet him. Vu wasn't able to steer that with the same success he did a minute before.
But they're getting opportunities. They are getting opportunities, Northern Phoenix, and I have to say, it is turning this game into a theatre play.
Oh, lovely from wicket to shift away from Zacharias, and he rolled his effort wide. That was a terrific turn of footwork and turn of pace. Montfroy, Sapina.
Oh, he's
Nepomuceno in retreat, concedes a corner as Watson was lurking. Taken quickly, Sapina. Again, Rogan goes to him. Just trying to hold off the Fitzroy skipper. Sapina. Steered it for Watson. Nepomuceno got in well enough. Rogan found it from wicket. Tried to roll it for Russo. Sess McCullough worked it for Watson. Steered it back for Sapina, who's around Rogan and into the arms of Yu. Quickly for Nepomuceno. Vu with a tidy challenge. Recycled it for Watson. Sapina. Can they find another opening? Again, backing into Rogan. Sapina trying to work a yard.
Oh, it's amazing! He's done it!
Sess McCullough with Loff has steered it in! And from 2 away, they're level! What more could you want? What more could you want? Fitzroy want timeout, and Sapina is perhaps hungry for more. Had Vu going with him. Allen back to him. Sapina holding off. Vu. Zacharias. Down the line for Sess McCullough. Not around Rogan, who wasn't able to keep it.
Ethan, we're all composed. It was fantastic, but I still think Fitzroy will find a way in these 2 minutes.
Zacharias gave it away to Russo. This might be the chance. Allen is all on his own. That's a brilliant save from Montfroy at a huge moment as well. And Fitzroy want timeout, and they've got it. Phoenix have clawed their way back, and with 2 minutes to go, it is 7 each.
we're the Chair Punters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers.
We return from timeout. Fitzroy have got Cosi Russo in the fly. And either of these sides have a minute 20 to win it. Rogan, Parthamos. Fitzroy saw that the fifth in the first half was Phoenix's undoing. They now have some time at it, and they've given it away. My apologies, a minute 40.
Minute 40. This is where Fitzroy will dominate the game in the fifth man, and I think they'll go on to win it. But maybe a stroke of magic might come Phoenix's way if they can just turn around and get that ball in on a dispossession.
Alan Filio, what a save, Tyler Lewis.
Good save. Honestly, good save.
Huge moment and a huge save. Aaron Yu in for Alan, couldn't turn Sapina. Parthamos got it and gave it back to him. Rogan, they go again. Russo quickly on the charge. Parthamos, Rogan. Russo, who's got a yard for himself.
How is it not gone in? How is it not gone in?
Fitzroy want to stay high. Sapina.
Oh, there it is. It's over. It's over.
To Alan, who's got Filio, who's shut down Ses Makula and smashed it in. Phoenix pockets picked and Fitzroy make them pay in the final minute.
That's what we're talking about. They go fifth man, and you knew they're the better side in fifth man. You know Northern Phoenix, when they defend the fly keeper, look like headless chooks.
They got a minute to save themselves and want to go immediately. Ses Makula, he couldn't, could he? Ever so nearly slashed it goalwards. And Filio, who may just have well gone and won it, takes his leave. You for Robotis, down by the corner. Rogan to seal it, couldn't find Russo. And Phoenix want timeout now. 40 seconds when we come back. Will they find the leveller? Will Fitzroy see it through? It's Fitzroy 8, Northern Phoenix 7.
Huh.
Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. Going on with that. Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over, and we're all former NPL players. If Stately want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to futsalers, and
Well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins and
Perhaps one final Phoenix push. One more test of Fitzroy metal. 40 seconds now stand between them and 8 clear, and it's lofted for Sapina, who took a tumble. Zacharias' touch was loose. Half a minute. Russo, Robotis, gave it back to Russo, worked it on for Allen. Robotis, Allen. Phoenix have to press high. Russo, Allen. Robotis.
Seems it's over now.
Time is ticking down. Russo, Allen. They might get there. Rogan comes to join in. Robotis can finish the job. Lewis is out of his net.
It's over. It's over.
It's back for Allen, and that'll be that.
No, what have they done?
Nodded on. Sapina, how long has he got? Not long enough. Fitzroy are 8 points clear at the top of the tree. But my word, they had to do it the hard way. 2 goals down in the first half, tested all evening long. In the end, they found a way, and in the end, Phoenix fell short. A beauty, a brilliant, brilliant game of futsal, which has reached its conclusion. And at that, it's Fitzroy 8, Northern Phoenix 7.
We're doing decent within the team. You know, there's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. And you know, when you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, you know, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it, but we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Signing off.
Signing off, James Daniels, starting captain, striker.
Yeah, and send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Mara.
And after the opening installation of the night, we go to game 2. And all of a sudden, Moreland, who are the defending champions, look mortal. Having been held by Melbourne Aku, they have ground to make up. And they do have a game in hand, however. They can already ill afford another slip-up. If they're to keep pace, tonight is a must to rebound to keep their title defence turning in the way that they want it to. The fixture to get themselves back on track is one which favours them. They have not lost to their Aegean enemies in well over 2 years. My name is Ethan Rick. I'm joined by Adam Palombi for the first time tonight on commentary. Good evening, Adam.
Good evening, Ethan. Welcome to DC Double S. It's a nicely packed house tonight for the second instalment of round 4. And looking on court for the champions, they've gone deep into the artillery, and they've got a couple of players from New South Wales with immense pedigree. None other than Grant Lynch, who starts off proceedings wearing the number 10 for the Moreland Blues, and considering the last time he was in Victoria was for national championships. In fact, he scored against the Victorian Blues when representing New South Wales, but now affiliated with the Blues tonight. We'll keep a firm eye on him. He's such a tantalising player.
Player of immense pedigree and immense quality to bolster a Moreland rank that has been hit with injury. Erkan Bey-Rackley and Enrique Pimenta, reigning MVP, the two most recent names added to the doctor's list. Sweden couldn't steer it away from Turkmen. Cooper in retreat did well. Lynch with a lovely ball. Sweden face to face with Yakub. Gave it back to Adam Cooper, whose shot was rather tamed, and Murray was able to pick it up and fling it for Yakub, but Havey quickly off his line just to show him out of it.
Both keepers getting involved early. Havey with a nice read and a bit of a, dummy out of play. Yakub gave up on it. The ball just rolled out of play, but on broadcast side, another return for Moreland, and Ahmed Sweden, recently back from his trip overseas, from futsal related, of course, and we're excited that he's back.
And here he is shifting his way inside. Terrific ball to find Cooper, who couldn't sort his feet out. And Murray wants to go. He's part of a 3-on-2. Stabbed it on for Cicek, and Havey on the slide came to mop up. That is Gabriel Murray at his marauding best.
Love that. Love that from the goalkeeper. Just taking the game on, letting it roll in front of him. And you might as well, considering the Blues had committed men 4. They were certainly looking back in the wind of Murray as he just strolled through. And he has that, of course, in his game. We see it week in, week out. And he'll keep trying.
Difficult one for Havey. Sahin's effort took a touch off Turkmen. And Hume will have a corner. First of the evening. As they are looking to avenge a hat-trick of heartache at the hand of Moreland from last season. As we've mentioned, 2 years since they last beat the Blues in tonight's first Mediterranean mix-up of the season. Has them on the front foot. Cicek's take. Sahin on the volley. Caught it sweetly, but just sliced across it.
It's great seeing Najet Sahin back on court. Such an instrumental player for the Black Army. Has quite both the offensive and defensive pedigree to his game, and certainly knows how to strike a futsal ball.
Adam Cooper took a tumble as Ahmed Sweden found touch on that occasion, but luckily for him, didn't collect Yakub. Phoenix desperately unlucky in the early kick-off. They took Fitzroy all the way. But Moreland, having looked on with marvel, find themselves starting this 8 behind. That's a lovely ball from Cooper. Sweden with a sweet touch. A good save by Murray, who came out. Turkmen gave Cicek one to chase, but it was too hot for him.
And of course, you mentioned Imran Turkmen. Our thoughts with Omar Turkmen. It's not the diagnosis we wanted to hear throughout the injury report provided by Hume throughout the week, and firmly hope he recovers quickly.
Certainly wishing him the speediest of recoveries from what is a rather nasty injury. Will be missed tonight. Sahin made the block from Sweden. Cicek got himself out of a bundle. But once again, the touch is a fraction too heavy, and that is where Hume failed to capitalise on the counter.
Early, certainly. They've got the pace with the Yakub on court. Now Klinaris. I look to try to utilise that, opportunity perhaps, Ethan.
Cooper couldn't spear it towards Lynch. He's happy to conduct things from the pivot this evening. Cicek For Murray. He's no stranger to a launch forward. His return with him and Ubede Cicek not quite on the same wavelength.
Cheeky from Milton Sakos. The second Gabriel Murray had touched the ball, he just had to quickly scream, there's only 4 seconds, ref, and I think that might have just unnerved the man in blue for Hugh.
Swidant spun away from Clanaris. Swidant then lost out. Yakub had Clanaris on, but Dos Santos in retreat did well. Habe with just a fraction too much height for Lynch, who wasn't able to hook it in.
He hesitated, Lynch. He thought about it, and he's got the length to have connected with the ball that was in mid-air. Bit of a seesaw start to this one, but Hume have certainly started positively.
Clanaris really hustled by Swidant, and all the way back for Cicek. Lynch came across, he cleared it into Swidant. Dos Santos then in ahead of Sahin. KDS comes out of a scrap with it. Cooper. Lovely ball into Lynch, who's waiting on the runners. Swidant is one. Nearly had a yard for himself. Cooper tried to return it. Sahin's slide was superb, and Clanaris couldn't get around Dos Santos.
Love the movement from Grant Lynch. You can just sense his real prowess for goal and his ability to lurk on the edge of the D for the Blues, and he's very menacing with his positioning.
Swidant face to face with Cicek, just shifted it around him. Clanaris came to help out, and now Hume 3-on-1. Cicek with the ball that was a fraction too heavy for Clanaris, but that is a first real look for the Black Army.
You knew that too. To Ubede Cicek, the ball just skidding away from him. Real opportunity that could have been for the Black Army. The Blues just losing possession a little bit too pedestrian-like, I'm sure, for certain standards at the minute.
Lynch with a terrific ball. Dos Santos couldn't quite turn it in, and Murray was collateral damage as a result.
But that's the flick they can switch, Ethan. I certainly mentioned how there's been a couple of scenarios where Hume have won the ball and been able to, well, try penetrate in the attacking third, but how quickly the Blues can just flick the switch and find that provocative pass, rather than truly inside the D to test Murray.
Thankfully, Murray's back on his feet. Clanaris nearly called him into action. Smashed it into Swidant and then cleared it into touch. Moreland going with the high press. And to good effect so far. Swidant, Dos Santos. Clanaris tried to shut the door. Dos Santos went around him, rolled it on for Swidant. Cooper worked a yard, and Murray made a good save down low.
Brilliant save from the keeper. Bodies in his way. Reactionary. Cooper picked out the corner nicely. The height might have helped Murray, but he makes a decent save nonetheless.
Cooper. And we talked about flipping a switch. Moreland might have meandered in their pace in the opening stages. However, Cooper crashed that towards goal, and all of a sudden it felt quicker. Lynch invited Pira to come and win it off him. Clanaris. Cicek. Not around Cooper, who did superbly.
Defensively, the Black Army looking a lot more solid than recent weeks. To start this one off, they've held their shape. Offensively, a couple of question marks remain still, but not the worst start still. Still from the Black Army.
Sahin with a hurdle on Dos Santos' slide. He wanted a free kick, and he wasn't best pleased about the lunge from the Moreland skipper. Ramadan enters the frame. Cooper. Swidant. And here is Dos Santos going straight at Ramadan. Cicek came to try and close the door. Into the feet of Lynch. Left it back for Cooper via a deflection, wins a corner.
You're seeing Cooper get more of a lease to let fly very deep towards his defensive half, and that's what you like to see from a Moreland Blues perspective.
Swidant's corner. Cooper again has belted it in. It's an Adam Cooper corker. That opens it up. And Moreland, who have had a week of question marks, answer the first.
And that's what happens when you give Adam Cooper the lease to shoot. Has no weak foot, AC3, and he showcases why there. A piercing finish. So much power, it was low. Murray had nearly no chance at all. And it's the start the champions were craving. They've got it through their man, Adam Cooper.
Cracking hit. Murray merely a spectator. Dos Santos. Perhaps that fires Moreland into the mood. Shifting away from Swade. Gave it back for Sweden. Cooper once more. Dos Santos. Cooper. Quick 1-2 with his skipper. Lynch has dropped to just relieve some pressure, and he's been found. Cooper. Brilliant return. Lynch with a deft touch. And around Pirra, but could only find Suede in his retreat. Immediately hot on the press, and Suede, without options, had to hook it clear to Habe. Dos Santos, now with room to drive. Through the legs of Suede. Got in ahead of Pirra, and Sahin was there to sweep up. Hamza Suede under immense pressure. The Blues truly putting the heat on. That's a beauty of a ball. Suede on the return has dragged it wide.
Love that from Lockie Ramadan. He's just got that build-up play, doesn't he? The number 9, he's so methodical in his movements. And the pass was centimetre perfect, Ethan. The weight on it could not have been timed any better, which allowed for the half chance on goal from Hamza Suede.
Dos Santos, as that is yet another example of how Hume could hurt Moreland on the break, perhaps. Sweden trying to shift away from Ramadan, who bundled and fumbled and then fouled him. Cooper quickly to take. Dos Santos gave it him back. De Souza, current leader of the Golden Boot race. Ahmed Sweden looking to shift away from Suede once more. Stood him up. Pirra came across to give a helping hand and wasn't able to keep it in play. Moreland just keeping a lid on it. As Cooper again looks to go and crash one through. But Hume, despite being a goal down, are holding firm. Sweden's take. Cooper gave it back to Ahmed Sweden. Worked it on for Dos Santos, who had De Souza, chose Cooper instead. All the way home for Habe. Moreland taking their time, exercising patience and possession. Sweden, that's a lovely shift of feet. Around 1, around 2, around 3, sat down the 4th and couldn't get it beyond Murray.
Brilliant solo run from Ahmed Sweden. Had all the time, had the movement also.
And Habe's left his net. Ramadan is somehow still going. De Souza, Sahin blocked by Cooper. Only as far as Suede. Hume maybe with an opportunity of their own. Shandab with a nice return. Hamza Suede from range, deflected. That's a fine save by Habe. De Souza couldn't get away, and Ramadan fouled him, much to the bench's behest. But Hume having an opportunity to perhaps put the Blues under the pump. First touch for Jacob Basden was just to knock it off to Adam Cooper. Dos Santos. Had 2 around him. Ramadan and Tuna were pressing. Basden did well as Cicek was lurking. De Souza, hustled by Suede. Tuna with a heavy challenge on Basden.
That's what he provides, Mert Tuna. Certainly a player with courage and a real endeavour to win the ball. And he showcases it not just on the outdoor circuit, but certainly on the indoor one. And he's a player with lots of tenacity.
Certainly gave Jacob Basden a warm welcome to Darabin this evening. Dos Santos, 1-2 with De Souza, did well to keep it alive. Cicek cradled him, and Moreland have a free kick.
There was a wrestle between both KDS and Cicek, and neither were giving each other an inch. And although the Hume bench certainly thought that might have been a bit delayed the decision, it won't matter the difference. The Blues with a set shot opportunity.
Couple of the Black Army crowd most displeased, and Milton Sakos wants timeouts. One which he will get. Moreland will have a free kick when we come back, and they lead Hume by a goal to 0. Tuna, back for Yakub! That's a brilliant save and a brave one from Habe too.
Made it look easy. Did he be Habe? Nothing easy about what he just executed there. His positioning was fantastic and the ball simply fell into his mid-grip.
Yakub might have been wheeling away. Moreland shot stopper. Did superbly. Basden dropped it off for Cooper. Gave it back to him. He shifted away from Yakub and crashed the upright.
Brilliant from the Moreland blue, number 7. Basden just shifting gears, got the nutmeg off. And the post, well, still shaking.
Cicek clipped it down the line. Tuna's touch was tidy. Imran Turkman then took a tumble, and Basden is leading the charge. D'Souza with him. Cicek on the slide.
Save.
Brilliant save by Murray.
Brilliant stop from Murray. Hiroshi thought he might have scored. He certainly had the ball fall to him kindly. But Murray yet again with the answer. Has been quite the custodian for Hume, has the goalkeeper from interstate.
Hiroshi's first touch was nearly one to turn it into the net. Instead, Moreland have to settle for a corner. D'Souza with drive. Cooper again has got a yard. This time on the left! And Turkman was there to make the block. Tuna on for Cicek, who's got Yakub all on his own! And he's flashed it wide. What an opportunity.
It was the right move though from Yakub. Taking it on first time, not taking a touch, letting the natural momentum of the ball really allow him to unleash and find power. Not the placement, but so close yet so far from the Black Army, almost carving out an equaliser.
Cooper worked a yard again, and Murray had to parry. Did well to readjust himself, Gabriel Murray, and give away a corner.
Within seconds too. There was an opportunity at the other end, and how quick Hume had to just absorb that Moreland pressure. It's an end-to-end game right now. Intriguing watch.
D'Souza, Cooper again. Didn't catch that one as cleanly as his prior two. Nearing the halfway stage of the first half of our first Turkish tussle of the season. And it's flown by so far. Tuna. Again, Cooper in the right place at the right time and has managed to win it back from Moreland too. Incredibly tidy from their number 3. Quickly on for Hiroshi. He's waited on his runners. Cooper switched it for D'Souza. Hiroshi dropped in momentarily. Cooper, Basden. Back with Adam Cooper once more. Speared it down the line for D'Souza. Tried to slide it through the legs of Sahin, who kept them shut and gave away a corner. Moreland corner. Cooper to take. D'Souza to drill it. It had the pace, but it didn't quite have the placement.
Building certainly, looking for their second goal out of the Blues. Hume just making things difficult right now, but they're looking for one of their own also.
Sahin on to Klanaris after Cooper's loose touch. Basden in the way to make the block. All the way back for Murray. Turned it on for Turkman. Who's around Cooper and has lost out.
Hume certainly weren't happy about that. The bench, to Ethan and I's right, just having a protest with Kat, the official on broadcast side. Weren't happy with that call.
Mo Temel certainly animated. They might be happier with that one. D'Souza didn't quite keep it in.
And well, Kat on broadcast side certainly letting her authority in this match play out, and well, Mo Temel has gone into the book. And well, Temel's not really outspoken here, but well, Kat might have heard something else, and the card has been issued for the Hume FC manager. There's looks of bewilderment from his players that surround Mo Temel, but well, the official making sure that she just has this game under her control.
Temel sees yellow, as Tuna did well off the shoulder once and twice. Fired on the turn, but he wasn't far away. Temel protesting, saying he said no comment. Perhaps giving it the Jose Mourinho treatment. Basden with a beautiful switch. Hiroshi. Dos Santos. Tried to shift inside. Found Basden once more. Dos Santos with a lovely hold up. D'Souza nearly benefited. Moreland, what a foul.
Well, it's more like the Tyson Fury treatment with the no comment line drop from Mo Temel, but nonetheless, Ethan, the Blues are trying to carve something there, and it's really tit for tat at the moment.
As Clenaris clatters the post. That is the closest Hume have come, and they want a corner. They thought it took a deflection. Perhaps it might have taken a bobble. Dos Santos. Into D'Souza, who smashed the side netting. Sharp turn for Robson D'Souza. Sahin into Cicek. Back for Sahin, who sliced across it just at that crucial moment. Man who's no stranger to a long-range screamer. Was on the score sheet last week. The team got themselves up and running this season. Scored a belter against Thornbury in their 5-4 win. Basden. D'Souza, that's a delightful take. And Clenaris with a tidy challenge.
It's just starting to, wouldn't say boil over, but certainly there's a bit of angst amongst both benches. There's a nice feeling in this one.
Dos Santos, back for Basden, who's had a lot of involvement. On the line for Hiroshi. Sahin did well, and now it's 3-on-2. Cicek one way, Turkman the other. Sahin smashed it alone. Basden had to make the block, and Hume have a corner.
It's exactly what Ned Sahin wanted. He wanted bodies in the way of Havey before letting fly. And there was such venomous whip on his effort, which was going across the face of Havey. The deflection could have been devilish, but Hume got a corner instead. And the official on the far side is saying to Cicek that he used all 4 seconds. So as the game progresses, the Black Army just feeling a little bit hard done by from the officials.
That was much to Cicek's dismay as well. But Hume are keeping themselves in it and have kept it tight so far. It took a cracking Adam Cooper strike to make the difference. Murray. Turkman. Sahin. Tried to swing it into Ramadan. I could only find touch. Moreland wanting to rebound already, as we mentioned, a frustrating one last time. Game that they were 3-0 up in against Daku. For QEMU side, clawed their way to a point. And the Blues, having seen Fitzroy go 8 clear, will want to respond in kind. Lynch with a good take. Back for Basden. Dos Santos. Basden all the way back for Havey. Moreland doing well to evade the Hume press. Dos Santos. Basden. Lynch. Basden once more. Hiroshi. Trying to move Hume around, and there's the loose one. And Sahin's got 2 with him. He's got room once again. And perhaps not for the first time tonight, Adam.
He's got the shot power, mind you, Ethan. He's just got, you can see, like, it's almost like an AFC 25 where he has the power shot wind up, has a delayed animation, and then just bang! Complete power. Placement not really his friend right now, but he can strike them truly, can't Najet Sahin?
He's getting closer, which is a warning sign for Moreland. Dos Santos with a nice turn of pace. Cicek on the slide.
There's some heart about Hume tonight, must be said. And the Blues are having to shift a gear to try equal.
Lynch, good block by Swade. Sahin, Havey came, and Havey saw it out.
Try equal that said endeavour. And they have not been poor by any means, the current champions, but Hume certainly making a game of this.
They've had their looks as well in this first half. They've hit the post. David Jakuba's not come far. Moreland being made to work. Swidan. Swade, hold on the press. Basden wasn't able to loft it for Lynch. It's funny what momentum can do in this game. Hume, who claimed their first 3 points, now all of a sudden look aside rejuvenated.
It's well done from Swade to hold up the ball in the engine room, and I think in doing so might have just stood on the toes of Ahmed Swadan. And you can see a good sense of sportsmanship between the two clubs, just halting play to ensure that there's nothing going on there. And the last thing the Blues need is any more injury concerns. You can see Ahmed Swadan just clutching at his shoulder, trying to get the movements right. He'll look to soldier on, but it must be said, the last thing the Blues need is any more injury concerns, considering how long their injury list currently is.
Currently 8 of Moreland's first team regulars are out. Thrown to that Rahan Ali as well. James Norbury, whose season is over, unfortunately. You wouldn't want to add Ahmed Swadan, another integral piece of last season's title-winning team, to that list. Dos Santos. In for Lynch. Rolled it back to Dos Santos. That's a brilliant block from Sahin.
That's what Grant Lynch does. He gets the best out of those around him, especially with pace. And that's how Dos Santos was arriving. It's rampant towards the box. And wasn't far away from finding a finish.
Here is Dos Santos once more. Trying to go the long way around Cicek, and Dos Santos sat him down. Moreland want handball, but will settle for a corner.
I'm not game enough to try to decipher that. It all happened too quickly, but dare I say, the officials would have seen that as Cicek's natural momentum.
Swadan had to work a yard. Dos Santos just got it through Ramadan. Swadan didn't get it beyond Cicek, who had Ramadan up with him. He took over himself. Habe didn't get there, but Basden did terrifically just to track him all the way.
Tried the 2015 PSG Thiago Silva right from the corner flag almost, did Lockie Ramadan.
Suede having a go at it himself. And they will reload and do it all over again.
Can even think back to Maicon at the 2010 World Cup for Brazil. Can score from there.
Suede on for Sahin. With Hamza Suede, who's given it away. And it's one back off Basden by Cicek, who was looking to callum forward. And Basden brought him down. Hume have a free kick in a position of promise and certainly within range.
And Jet Sahim was quick to go behind it as he readjusts Ubidi Cicek's captain armband upon the big bicep of the number 7, but Hamza Suede will stand behind the free kick. And while the wall will set up in front of him from a Blues perspective, but this could be interesting from this distance.
Mention Maicon, this is Roberto Carlos territory. Here's Hamza Suede's free kick. Crashed it into Basden. Dos Santos had 2 around him. Lynch was given 1 to chase. One which Murray did well to win a free kick. And he was bundled into. Rather, it wasn't subtle from Lynch.
Not quite. And subtlety in recent weeks is one thing us commentators have been asking the players to, if they could, just learn a little bit of. There's an art form in being subtle. And that was not anything subtle from Grant Lynch upon that of Murray.
Dos Santos just trying to draw Ramadan, who didn't bite. Cooper, Lynch, Dos Santos. Moreland trying to take the sting out of the game. Ramadan with a good challenge. Once again, they are unable to break down the Black Army. Blues have been pouring forward. They only have a solitary goal for their efforts. Ahmed Swadan. His turn to go at Pira. Swadan on for Lynch, who got in ahead of Ramadan. Cooper again took a touch. Pira cleared it away. Ramadan did well to win that ahead of Cooper. Back for Sahin, who couldn't find Pira.
He tried something a bit too clever, the magician Yanni Pira. You want that moment back. You can see the disappointment on his face. He wasn't too pleased with that there. But had recovered with the block.
Got in the way of Dos Santos' drive. Swadan. Cooper. Again trying to find his way around Suede. Cooper did well. Sahin made the block, and now Ramadan can go the other way. Pira up with him. Ramadan went early. Wrapped it, but didn't catch it.
Isolated. The cavalry hadn't arrived, and you can't blame him for trying his luck from there.
Swadan. On to Dos Santos. His turn to go at Hamza Suede. Dos Santos showed inside by Suede, who bundled him. Dos Santos is down, and Ahmed Swedan smashes in a second. Moreland skipper wounded, but it opened up the space for Swedan, who via the underside of the bar has doubled the reigning champions lead.
It's a smashing finish from Ahmed Swedan, but the talking point in the build-up was KDS. Hume now on 5 fouls. That's the call from the officials. They have to tread water lightly. To the side trailing by 2-0, but in the build-up, Ethan, you just saw KDS clutching at the bottom half of his left leg. It looked sinister for a brief moment, but he's up and running now, the captain.
Kevin Dos Santos, who missed the remainder of last season with a jaw injury. Thankfully, not on the treatment table once more.
The initial look was very, very concerning.
Murray went long. Dos Santos nodded it into Lynch, who's happy to retreat away from Tuna. Gets it back from Dos Santos. He's looking to drive forward. Swedan in space. Cooper rolled it back. Brilliant futsal Moreland and a top save from Murray. Spilled it to Sahin, who went long for Pira. Hay became the long way and once again did enough to put Pira off.
Yanni Pira thought maybe I can go around him. Can't go through him. The ball just bounced out of play and the Magician couldn't latch on. They still got to be careful. Sure, the Blues will look for another foul very methodically, but the Black Army just can't blink in that regard.
Tuna, and that might be it. Coming together with him and Habe.
And he's still down, Ibi Habe. He has not gone up. The boards have all moved. Basden's got his arms out to say what's going on there. Ibi Habe now with some protests of his own. That was a bit careless from Mertuna. He has that in his game. We know he has that in his game, so we can't be too surprised, but there was something fortunate there maybe from the Black Army's perspective.
Perhaps Hume got away with one. Moreland will be happy that Habe is all right. That was rather heavy and a rather nasty tumble, but Swedan on the return from Lynch. Again, intricately inventive, but they couldn't apply the finishing touch. Murray went long for Pira. Took it down deftly and then was robbed of it by Cooper. Swedan's on the march. Lynch up with him. Not around Yakub. Hume nearly made a meal of it. Sahin in retreat. Oh, that's a lovely touch from Yakub. Opened it up for Pira and evaded the press. Swedan then got in without fouling him, and Pira dived in on Dos Santos.
Sliding doors moment again from the Black Army. So well done from Yakub. That flick really opening things up. Pira's not able to make the pass, in which he usually does with such flair, but that's brilliant from Tuna.
Terrific. Yakub from Pira. Habe with the save. Not once, but twice. What a double save from Ibi Habe. Hume and David Yakub must have thought they had one back.
He almost makes it look seamless though, Habe, doesn't he? His positioning always stands up tall for him in that exact scenario where he's confronted from close range. And yet again, because of his instincts in between the two sticks, he's able to pull off a magnificent save.
Keep happy to reset things. Still searching for a goal. That's a terrific take from Tuna. And he clipped it round Cooper. Wasn't able to place it for Pira.
Fantastic from Mert Tuna. They have to be resourceful, the Black Army, to try and get half a sniff on that of the Moreland Blues goal. And why not get creative that way?
Cooper going on a drive. Yakub on the block. Tuna can take it away again. This time has two with him. Pira one way, one alone. And Moreland will concede a corner. Just had Yakub arriving late, but he might have laid it off too. Yakub finds Tuna. Lovely return again. Habe with another good save down low. Lynch, Swedan. Tried to steer it for Dos Santos, who left one in on Cicek. Yakub. Tuna! Brilliant save, Habe. Cooper clattered it into Pira. Dos Santos with a nice turn away from one, away from two, and is happy to take the sting out of it.
Habe's in a purple patch right now. His last 3 minutes have been stupidly good. From a Blues perspective, he's been saving everything. And with each save, the ascendancy from the Black Army just seems to be sapped away. Their energy, their belief with each stop from Habe just trickling away.
Cooper got inventive with a clip into Lynch, who's Touch was lovely. A couple of protests for handball. Ones which were waved away. Murray looked long. Cooper flicked it for Sweden, who had room to turn as Turkmen backed off. Dos Santos tried to find Lynch. Turkmen really hot on the press. He's got to be careful. Habe with loft. Too much loft for Sweden.
The best outcome for the Black Army is to head into half-time with the way things are currently. If they can find a goal, of course, it'd be fantastic, but they got to be careful not conceding a foul and hopefully not one more goal. But if they can find something here, Ethan, in this last minute and 2 seconds, it really set us up for a nice start to the second half.
They may have an opportunity. Cicek crashed it high and wide. Press is paying off for Hume. Holland have just looked a touch unsteady in playing out in the last minute or so. Sweden. Cooper tried the return. Turkmen cut it out. Tuna with tidy footwork. Couldn't find Cicek as Cooper came in. Under a minute to half time. Tuna. Turkmen took a deflection. Hume will manage to keep it, but once again, they can't create a clear look. And Motema wants timeout.
Hume on a timeout. They've come to the commentators to try issue it.
And have crashed one in off the side ball. Maybe the timeout wasn't the move, as David Jakub has belted one in.
Just as Motema has come across to the technical area to try issue a timeout, Jakub at the other end has said there's no time for that. Coach, there's no time to just go to a quick break because I have something up my left foot which needs to just be rifled into the top left corner. Fantastic from Jakub, and the Black Army are in this one.
David with a Goliath finish to halve the deficit. And now they've picked Swedan's pocket and are on the charge again. Jakub might be on for 2 in a minute. He's around Bazden. Had to retreat to Cicek, and he just about got it there. Got it back from him. Tried to turn it for Turkmen. They couldn't concede. Having got one, could they? Cooper gave Cicek something to think about. Sweden on the spin. Jakub with a good challenge. Now Tuna's on the march. Away from Lynch and was hauled down by Sweden.
Motema with the timeout handed him very quickly, but there was a massive roar from the Black Army bench. And those in the stands here. Tuna completely to his namesake, just flopping onto the ground. He was pulled down by Ahmed Sweden, and like a fish out of water, down went Mert Tuna. And he was running at such pace, Ethan. You simply won't accuse him of flopping, but boy did he hit the deck hard.
Certainly did. Tuna having to wear one, but as we go to timeout just before half time, Hume have got one back. It's more than 2. Hume 1. We return from timeout on the stroke of half-time. And Hume, having been 2-0 down, got the timeout, delayed although it may be, and have a chance to send themselves into the break level.
They got 5 seconds. Can they find the routine?
Hard to find out. Cicek's take. It took a touch off Lynch. Yakub on the spin! Caught it sweet, but with too much height.
Another player deep in this half who's really come to life, David Yakub. Personified in his finish, but the last 3 seconds, you can see, well, Grant Lynch just gesturing to his head. That's where he wants the ball. And Cicek's gone right towards him.
Morland might go route one. Cooper gave it a crash. With too much height for Lynch. With 1 second, you sense that might be that. Murray's turn to return serve. Tried to find Cirkman, only hit Cooper's chest, and Morland will hold on to the break. They went 2 up, thanks to 2 terrific finishes, but Hume, through a David Yakub driller, got 1 back. And half-time in Darabin. It's Morland 2, Hume 1.
We're the Chair Punters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. What's going on with that? Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over. We're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to futsalers, and
Well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard. It's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins, and we're doing decent within the team. There's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. When when you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it. But we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
We're signing off.
Signing off, James Daniel, starting captain, striker.
Yeah, and send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Mara.
It's quite the first half between these two sides. They re-emerge pretty quickly at the gate for the second. The 1 goal in at the Blues with the advantage as we get the ball rolling for the second half. Hume with the kickoff. And Ethan Rigg, considering the half this man's had, his touch is a bit pedestrian there, but David Yakub currently having the game of the season so far in terms of an individual performance. after that fantastic finish to pull Hume back into the contest.
He's just come to life in this game on this night. He was terrific. The finish was a beauty into the top corner. Nothing Ibi Habe could do, and he's having some night himself. It's just given Hume a lifeline and a real look in to a first win over Moreland in 2 years.
As Adam Cooper will fire. There was a bit of, well, something happening in the build-up, and it was Chichek who was impeded. Meanwhile, KDS has sight for goal. He's storming towards that region, and Robson D'Souza embraces the captain as they re-embrace a 2-goal lead in this one.
Glorious futsal from Moreland. The clip from Cooper is as deft as you like. Dos Santos then has room to drive for the first time this evening, and he goes unselfishly, gives it to Robson D'Souza, and the current Golden Boot leader shows why. He makes no mistake and belts it into the net.
Some form in which Robson D'Souza is starting to enter, considering each time he's with inside a real proximity to fire, he always manages to hit the back of the net. It's exactly what he's done here. It's the start Milton Sakos was craving, and 30 seconds within the second half, that's exactly what the Blues have conjured up. And have reinstated the 2-goal command on this game. Dos Santos was the architect of the move. He'd done so well to find his fellow Brazilian Aussie. Cooper. Hiroshi back for the captain, KDS. Hiroshi moving forward, Cooper. Well, for two players with such chemistry, Ethan, that's a moment they'll look to forget.
I was embracing a couple of moments ago. Just to notice, Kevin Dos Santos' shirt just has a couple marks of claret on it, perhaps from one of the challenges he wore in the first half.
As Nej Saheen went for goal there, and Habe had it slip through his fingers. But away to safety. Chichek's deep side ball. Mertuna try the reverse with Chichek, who got it back. Falls for Najet Saheen! And it finds its way in. And Hume quickly find a response.
Cooper frustrated with himself. He did well to nearly steer it over in the first place. Saheen smashes this goalward. He catches it as sweet as you would like. And there's not a lot that neither Ibi Habe nor Adam Cooper could have done about that.
He's been building throughout this contest, Najet Saheen, off the back of his appearance in the Team of the Week for Week 3. Only 7 days ago, and well, he's been in that proximity to let fly, and the deflection was bound to happen. As Yakub shifting, D'Souza tried to just bounce the ball off of the Hume goal scorer. Saheen tried again. Tuna! How about that from Mert? His back was turned to goal, the placement supreme, and Hume are on level terms.
Beauty, absolute beauty from Mert Tuna. The volley on the turn is terrific. The placement is perfect with a hand of the post. Hume, who were 2 goals down within a minute, now got themselves level. That was a glorious hit.
How about the swagger with the celebration? Meanwhile, at the other end, storming another Blues. Hiroshi denied from close range, and Murray now turning into the keeper with the full head of steam.
Terrific save from Murray from close range with the help from David Jakub off the line as well. But Hume are really starting to feel themselves in this contest as he's forced into another elastic stop.
Some feel in this one. D'Souza couldn't find an angle worth trying. Cooper will have a corner. Blues looking for a response of their own. Hiroshi arrived at the front. Not proximity of the D. And if the ball to just roll out of play.
And you can see the shift instantly within the first few minutes of this second half. Moreland now, the side who are just playing things with a little bit more pace, where in the first half it was Hume overhitting their balls. So it's the pressure starting to tell. The weight of pass is becoming more important.
Mertuna had the beating of Cooper momentarily. Got around Habe, the ankle got tight, and the keeper readjusted. It's worth mentioning, Ethan, Ibi Habe has taken some special efforts tonight to beat him.
It has. He's been a man in fine form. Looked terrific between the sticks. Reflexes have been sharp. And all of the goals, it is safe to say, there is not a thing he could do about any of them.
Patience personified with him from the side ball. Blues were able to set up behind the ball, and in doing so, the Black Army not able to get the move they're after. Havey restarts. KDS. Adam Cooper with a glimpse. Hiroshi back to Cooper. Exchanging possession. Now D'Souza asked a lot of DeSantos. The ball just rolling out of play.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. In the first half, that 1-2 comes off. And we see it come off in the first half. In the second half, with the pressure that Moreland are under and with the momentum now being with Hume, the Blues perhaps are feeling a similar story to last week, and the weight is just a fraction too heavy.
Yanni Pira sidestepping Cooper. Taking the game on now, the Magician. And he has court to infiltrate into. He looked for Tuna on the lateral. He might have gone on his own and had more of a better outcome. D'Souza sidestepping, not around Najet Sahin. Recycled with Adam Cooper. The Blues trying to pick out the movement. That's going to one open. This tightly knit Hume defences. Maybe had to come across. And it finds its way to Robson D'Souza. Murray had committed, Ethan. And he might have just gotten fortunate there, the goalkeeper, because his full momentum was leading into the ball.
He did well there, Murray. Just judged it well enough. But Moreland being much more patient and starting to create an opening. They get a let-off at one end. Yanni Pira probably should have gone alone. And then you see it at the other end. They're able to gather possession, break the press, get it back on their terms. And they carve out a very good opportunity. D'Souza gets unlucky.
Oh, the keeper would have looked rather peculiar if he was having the ball bounce into his own net, considering he completely loaded up and backed himself, and he was fortunate the ball had bounced into where he had put his full gamble within.
One thing about Gabriel Murray, what he does, he goes full throttle into everything. There is not a lack of commitment in any movement or any venture forward from Hume's shot stopper.
Murray has gone long, looking for Yanni Pira. Hiroshi clearing away. Grant Lynch and Ahmed Sudan itching to come on. Bibs are off. The change is not too far away from a Blues perspective. Cooper. KDS shifting onto his left. Not around Hamza Suede, who wins the individual battle for now. KDS just patient to restart this one. Cooper lurking at the back post. Sudan nice and deep. D'Souza. Give and go with KDS. Ahmed Sudan arrives. Lovely ball for Cooper. Awaits Robson D'Souza. Great defending from Hamza Suede. He could latch onto this. Well defended from Ahmed Sudan.
Brilliant from Suede to block that effort. Stayed with the play all the way, where everybody switched off with Sudan's incredibly clever fake to spear that ball to Cooper. Suede stayed on D'Souza, knew it might break his way, and was there to make a big block.
Rolls it for Cooper. Flicking ball. Asked a bit of Robson D'Souza. They run out of tarmac to the Blues. And Hume have been awarded with a foul. Sahin finds Tuna on his own. Nearly got around Cooper. Grant Lynch. 3 against 3 momentarily. DeSantos had to lunge to get there. The return for Sudan was on. Grant Lynch holding things up. Found KDS. And the block was necessary.
The two substitutes have really made an impact for Moreland. Sudan, the speed that he's able to shift the game from one side to the other has been terrific. And Lynch is starting to show those metronomic qualities.
Cooper, tight angle. Now Murray wants to go. He somehow found Yanni Pira. The ball lofting away and just slipping off the boot of the Magician. The keeper really continuing with that offensive prowess to his game. Yanni Pira trying to run into space. Lockie Ramadan in support. Havey conceding a corner.
Terrifically done by Yanni Pira. First of all, to get on the end of that from Murray as Moreland accumulates a foul. A rolling foul.
Ramadan behind the corner. Swadan nearly latching on. Saheen saw the open up from Murray, who took it on. It nearly fell to Lockie Ramadan. Cooper from downtown. Ned Saheen off the line.
What a block. What a block from Shaheen. Cooper gets this almost perfect. It just doesn't get the dip he desires late enough.
Grant Lynch. Swadan. Cooper. Tried to guide it. And just goes over the crossbar. Murray. Ambitious. Down broadcast side. Cooper and Ramadan come together. And of course, to finish us off for round 4, it's Melbourne Aku against Pascoe Vale. It's the 400th for Andre Curry. The Doctor, such an esteemed player in the competition, will play his 400th match against Melbourne Aku's Pascoe Vale. Look for their first win of the season. And Ethan, on a night like tonight, it would be fitting for the homecoming Andre Curry with his new employer.
Andre Caro, 9-time champion. He's given Pascoe Vale so many memories over the 399 previous games. Wouldn't he love one more tonight? To get their season up and running and to get them out of what's been a tricky start.
Big slide from the captain, Yudi Cicek. KDS has gone well and truly into the inventory room here at DCSS to retrieve the ball. Not for the first time tonight. Allows for the Blues to settle into position. Swadan has to go around the man mountain of Lockie Ramadan, who's made a real task for it now for Swadan, who's gone around that of Ramadan, the ball bobbling everywhere. And here he is again, shifting forward. Swade. Cicek opened up. Swade went the flick. Swadan got in the way. The two come together.
It's good evasion from Hume on the maul and press, and you can see the Blues now just starting to get a little bit frustrated. Milton Sakos' side. Hume are keeping themselves in this game. More than that, they're competing and keeping Moreland at bay.
Turkman Murray. Oh, he was fortunate there, and Turkman almost looked to play his goalkeeper, who had his back turned towards the play.
And those are the moments that Hume can ill afford to have more of, where Murray goes on an adventure and the net all of a sudden is vacant, because you make a mistake like that against the defending champions, they will hurt you.
Cicek latches on. Nearly got around Swadan. There was cavalry in the centre, though Cicek went for glory. Lynch. Swadan, KDS. The lateral option. A hop, skip, but not the shot from KDS. Lockie Ramadan with the standing challenge.
Again, very good patience from Ramadan. It's easy to dive in that situation, and it's what Dos Santos is gambling on. So by standing up tall and shutting the door, he does very well.
Swadan. Cooper, chipping ball for Lynch. Saheen wanted the foul. Play continued. The protest went silent. Cooper. Lynch holding things up. Santos wheels to get there. Swadan. Saheen takes charge, and away he goes. Not around Cooper. Now the Blues can counter. Swadan, it got a bit heavy. End-to-end stuff yet again, Ethan Reid.
Once again, the weight is just all wrong on the ball from Adam Cooper. It's too heavy for Swadan to be able to take into his stride. And that is a side who are feeling the pressure, understanding that once the goal comes, they will get their groove back. But in the meantime, are still forcing it just a touch, even if the decision-making is good.
And this is a duo you'd want to see on the same team, but when they're against each other, it's rather interesting. As Ramadan, he wasn't far away at all. He found himself in such a promising position and knew the finish had to be of some quality to get it beyond Habe.
He does wonderfully, Ramadan, and he's had a very good game tonight. He just doesn't get the finish. It gets that late fade and that swerve back towards the far post, but it is just at the wrong time. It goes too late, and it's already past Habe.
Now Cicek skipped onto his left. He came together with Habe. And with his momentum, just sits down the keeper. And Ibi Habe is no easy man to put down. His strength, his height, his muscle. Perhaps a testament to what Cicek's been doing in the gym as well. Dos Santos. Swedan wants to keep going forward. Lynch. Central. Dos Santos tried the give and go. Lockie Ramadan. Rolls back the years. Tuna. Not beyond KDS, who's locked it in nicely. Brilliant ball from Ramadan for Tuna. Yakub was unmarked at the back post. Swedan not around the backtrack. Lockie Ramadan. Cooper stood tall. Yakub onto the crossbar. Now Lynch. Wasn't sure where to go. Got creative. Yakub went for a slide. This game's got everything right now.
Lynch wondering where the foul was in that. His appeals waved away. David Yakub desperately unlucky. Crashes it into the bar. Hume were a matter of millimetres away from being in front.
Swedan onto his left. Cicek had the best position. And away goes UC7. Mertuna's on for the pass. Habe's done really well. Bit of a touch from behind. Now then, Ethan. Now then.
Hume have a penalty. The clip from Habe. On Tuna was spotted. Thought Tuna did nearly too much and fluffed his lines when he had the opportunity, but kept himself alive just long enough to draw the contact. And Hume now have a golden opportunity to ram home their momentum.
Alan Kolak can't keep himself composed. He's up from his seat. Habe against Cicek. Cicek, a sniper from the spot. A very important moment in this match's complexion. As Cicek, the skipper, steps up, sends Habe the wrong way. A big roar from the captain, and Hume have hit the front.
Terrific penalty from Mehdi Cicek. Does Habe with the eyes, draws him the wrong way, and then wraps it into the far corner. And Hume, who have had a lot of the momentum in this second half, have finally made it count.
And Saheen has thought about trying his luck. It was, well, certainly within distance as he closed in. The Blues momentarily need to regain their composure. Cicek, double teamed quickly by the Futsal Root duo.
Moreland now are having a real test of their mettle. We saw it happen last week where Melbourne Aku finished the game stronger. This is now 2 weeks in a row for the Blues where it's not gone to plan after half time. This is what they're made of. This is where they won a lot of their games and inevitably the title last season. It's the same period that really presses these teams, and Moreland right now have to find a way to get some momentum back.
When you compare the benches, almost double in size from the Black Army, the champions. Really struggling without the numbers tonight. They've got their players from New South Wales coming in to, well, combat that issue, but still one that just can't evade and evaporate overnight as Cooper. Each moment from the Black Army celebrated like a goal.
That's the passion for Hume. You can see how much it means to them. It's been a long time coming if they're to hold on.
Lots of time left in this one. Grant Lynch really going through him. Tuna has Cicek in support. Swedan had the best position. Lynch, Swedan also now gut-busting run to get there. Tuna with a big slide. We are in for a treat here, ladies and gentlemen. 11 minutes left on the clock. The Blues hunting for an equaliser. Cooper bounces off Saheen, and now Tuna might be in here. He goes down from behind from KDS. The call here to be interesting.
This is a huge decision. He had only Habe to beat. This discussion, Adam, could decide this game.
It's a big call from Ethan Rigg. But what's the call going to be from the official? The red card has been descended upon KDS, who knew he had to make a challenge. And how things right now for the champions are really going to make them test their character. They're without KDS. They're a player down. The foul tally starting to accumulate as well. Now then, from a Hume perspective.
Milton Sakos is in the book for his protest.
Milton Sakos with an aimless look. KDS having the protest. The case is, Ethan, they're protesting that in the Fitzroy game, the keeper was the last man, and that was a yellow card for Tyler Lewis. I was not a part of that incident on the broadcast. You had a glimpse of that. We'll unpack that in a sec, but that's the protest from Milton Sakos and KDS, who's walking out of the playing arena. Do you happen to catch what happened in the last game in that last man scenario that issued a yellow card?
It was one of the big flashpoints of that last game. Sakawal Jarin was through one-on-one with Tyler Lewis, went round him.
More on that in a sec as Tuna hits the wall. The Blues have to tuck in for the next 2 minutes. Milton Sakos has the timeout in his hand. If Hume score, all 4 players back on court. From a Blues perspective, they don't want to concede, but the clock nearing a factor. Almost halfway through this second half. The Black Army sensing their first win in a Turkish derby in 2 years. And they have some advantage. A very tense 10 minutes remain for the champions.
Moreland are on the ropes. At the moment, you can feel it. The clock not a factor just yet, but they cannot afford to go another goal down.
It's going to really test the quality of the players they have at their disposal right now. Basden has not appeared yet in this second half. But you feel, Ethan, he's the ace up Milton Sakos' sleeve.
He would not be far away. You get the feeling that he is the one. He's getting prepped. When they can reinstate the full 5, he will be the one that goes on, and he needs to be as well. He gave a great energy in the first half.
The Blues really tucking into Saheen! Was not far away at all. Habe, route 1 for Lynch. That's the go now. Murray, quick on to Chichek. Wants the ball to move. Yakub, Tuna. Saheen opening up. Chichek, Saheen, Tuna. It'll bounce out of play. It will remain with the Black Army.
This is all they need to do at the moment, Hume. Try and drag Moreland with a man down as deep as possible into that time and then make the most of it. That is how they go about really making maximum opportunity of what's presented to them.
Habe had to save. Lynch holds it up. Swadan going on a journey. Cooper nearly finding him. Saheen lofted. Tuna, what a player he's been tonight for Hume.
He's been superb. Tuna, his run has been terrific. His touch has been so deft. Footwork has gotten them out of many a tight situation, and his goal has been important.
Yakub for Saheen, who can get his shot right. Brig save. It had to be from Habe. Swadan all on his own. Tuna kept it alive. Cooper came out. Yakub doing everything he could to keep it in. Basden with a nervous look towards the clock. He just wants to immerse himself in this contest.
Yakub did well in that situation not to give away a keeper's ball. By keeping Moreland in that corner, it allowed him to press high.
And on he comes the number 7 for an immediate impact. And his counterpart number sliding in, but it's a corner for the Blues. They did not concede. They have all 4 players back on court. Milton Sakos with the timeout handed in. Cooper finding that equaliser. He's trying. Chichek not around Basden. It's a tactical foul in the end. It's all going the way of the Black Army right now.
And they're just finding all of those little wins at the moment. Hume. You get the little fouls there, it takes the pressure off, having just been in a tight situation. Moreland rack up another, so they have to be careful. This is where Hume can really take the sting out of this game and slow it down and play it on their terms to make it a real grind for Moreland to get that equaliser.
So much time left in this one. Yanni Pira threads the needle. Saheen, Swade. Lots of fresh legs on court for the Black Army. D'Souza instated for the Blues. It's really going to test the character of these storied players from a Moreland perspective.
And the other thing it does as well, it delays that timeout as long as possible, so it makes the mind of Milton Sakos shift in what he wants to do with how much time he has left.
Murray, piercing ball for Saheen. Habe had to react. It's been busy tonight, the shot stopper.
One more action. Moreland have hit 4 fouls, that last one from Basden.
Bouncing volley it was from Yakub. Habe able to just slow proceedings down. Cooper. D'Souza gets a corner. That's the outcome they wanted. Cooper. Swedan. From a Blues perspective, Ethan, how can they try to flip this game onto their terms?
I think what they need to do when in possession is quicken the tempo up. Hume have been very set in their shape throughout this second half, especially when Moreland have looked to go forward. They've looked to retain possession. But right now, that goes out the window. That's plan A. They need to adjust and they need to try and pick open a space using quick movement, using quick passing, because that's where Hume looked most exposed.
Cooper had to loft. D'Souza gets there first. Turkman done really well to get the ball, but lost it. Swedan fluffed his lines at the end. Saheen, Turkman. Hume really committed to their focus. Haven't put a foot wrong yet, the Black Army. Murray. Hamza Swade. Has Cicek all alone. Basden does enough, but it's still with those in black.
It's a brilliant ball from Swade to find Cicek, and that is the difference. Hume have been able to hold the space and really stretch the court. Moreland have liked to tuck in.
Basden rolling a bit too far ahead of Swedan. That cohesion, always fluent, but not that time around. Swedan. Lovely ball for Robson D'Souza. The frame of the goal moved. Murray might have got his head involved in all of that as well. Brief pause in this one. The whole sticks going with the goalkeeper.
That's better from Moreland. It's more of what they need, that movement from Robson D'Souza to hold the space, and then he drifts out the back completely unmarked. Nobody goes with him as they shift with the play. So by occupying that open room, he gets himself an open shot, and to his credit for Murray, it's a terrific save.
Basden with the corner. Swedan! Brilliant save from the keeper. Murray with a quick reaction. Cooper not sure where to go. Back to Habe. Swedan not around Hamza Swade. You look at the Moreland bench. It's only Hiroshi and Lynch they can utilise. The fitness of those on court right now really tested, especially from Swedan and Cooper's perspective. They both combined from the side ball. Basden. Swedan on the angle. Swade's been defensively sound tonight. He's been equal to this Moreland task.
He's had a very good night, Hamza Swade, especially on the defensive end, as you mentioned. He's always been there to make a block, always been there to get himself in the way, close out space, which has not allowed the Blues to operate as they'd like to.
Cooper onto his left, deflecting ball. D'Souza might claim the final touch on it. But the Blues have manufactured an equaliser.
Big goal and a big finish from Robson D'Souza, who got the final touch. He will claim it. Milton Sakos now much happier to issue that timeout than he would have been beforehand. Moreland have got themselves level, and now can they wrestle back that momentum even further? It was a goal that they needed, and it was a goal that had been coming.
Goal magnet. Robson D'Souza. A gravitational pull these boots have towards the goals. Fires again. Cooper had half a yard to let fly. Murray was completely unsighted. And how the momentum just seesaws in this one. And the champions now have it.
This is a really proper Turkish derby now. It's a tussle as Moreland and Milton Sakos want timeout.
And that's exactly what's been issued. Upon the resumption of play, the Blues have a corner. They found their equaliser through Robson D'Souza. It's 4 goals apiece in the Turkish derby as we cross to timeout. We return. Lynch with the corner. Blues found their equaliser. Can they find a goal to put them in front? Cooper. It was lofting. Took a touch on its journey. Corner again for the Blues. They sense an opportunity to hit the front. Moments ago, the body language painted a different picture. Cooper's flick inside the box. Saheem read it best. Away goes Nedge. D'Souza. Play will continue. It goes out of play, but Sahin remains on the canvas.
It wasn't intentionally wearing one from Robson D'Souza in retreat, but he did wear one nonetheless. And it looks like a nasty one. The Hume bench are up in protest immediately.
A yellow card will be issued to Mert Tuna. It's been a bit lippy tonight, and I think the officials had enough of it. Sahin just gingerly up on his feet, considering the game he's played tonight. For those in black, a nervous look from Alan Kolak and Mo Temel upon their veteran, who's just clutching at his lower back.
Never a good sign. For him to go down clutching that lower back. He will soldier on because Hume knows, and he knows how important he is to their opportunity at winning this game.
Milton Sakos wants to cut the passing lane. On broadcast side, Sahin and D'Souza come together. Re-immersed, Ahmed Swadan. Cooper hasn't had a spell since the first half. We'll get a corner.
That kind of creativity from Moreland is much better as well. You see Swadan give it, and he goes straight away, attacks the space, and Cooper nearly finds him with a delightful ball.
Swadan tried to get creative from the corner. Lynch got his body in the way. It was Chichik trying to go forward. Nearing the last quarter of this second half. Cooper got it from Basden. Wasn't sure where to go. Chichik has Tuna. Wanted to step inside Swadan. He loves this situation. Does the smooth operator. Sahin with a big slide. Basden asked a lot of Grant Lynch, who couldn't control.
Huge challenge. Absolutely huge challenge from Sahin to win that one-on-one. Otherwise, Ahmed Swadan was off and up and running. And it's just those little moments, those little 50-50 contests, but in the end, can decide a game.
Swadan cuts it off. 2 against 2. Lynch trying to get onto his left. He took a start up one of the back heel. Cicek sees it out. The Blues really building now.
They've got all the momentum with them, and Cicek does enough to put Lynch off without giving away a penalty. He really ran the boundary then, did the Hume skipper, but got in just in the nick of time.
Basden lofting for Cooper off the fly. Got scrambling inside the D. And now Mertuna is one-on-one with Habe. It's a big slide from Tuna. It was a 50-50 ball to be won. Habe clutching at his left leg. The officials having a glimpse at this one, Ethan.
It's unintentional, but it's incredibly robust from Tuna, who has already been booked. And that lunge on Habe was high. No further action.
Tight rope for Mertuna, you'd have to assume. Cooper trying to go around Ramadan. Ball came in towards Lynch. That's what he can still do. AC3. Playing some career best stuff at the moment is Cooper. Tuna struck it sweetly. You could hear the thud it made upon its landing, although it was well wide of Habe.
Still creating so many problems for Moreland is Tuna at the moment. Whenever he gets a yard, you can just see he wants to launch and he wants to give Ibi Habe something to think about.
Swadan. Basden. Measured for Lynch. First time pass back to Basden. Cooper. Lynch. Basden with the opportunity. Deflecting ball. It's shouldered in by Ahmed Swadan. And the Blues have shown their true character as champions do and find themselves in front.
What a lovely roll from Lynch back into Basden. He just gives him the space, holds off Sahin. The good thing about Lynch, which he's impacted this game incredibly well with tonight, he's been able to take 2 players out of the game. It opened up space for Basden on this occasion, and Swadan operating in the right place at the right time and gives a stylish finish off the shoulder, Balotelli-esque.
Why always me? Might ask Ahmed Swadan. But that being said, why always the Blues? So far this season, they've had such tests. Haku last week, Hume this week. Considering their depleted list right now, they've showcased true character to withstand their Hume fire.
This scoreline at the moment, 5-4, if it stays this way, is the closest Hume have come to Moreland since they last beat them.
Basden. Swadan. Now Cooper. Has half a yard to roam into. Yakub's been a real linchpin, Ethan, tonight.
He has. He's been Hume's little burst of energy whenever they've needed it. Always come on and given a good shift. That will be required. And now you would expect him to go to the end because he's a player who's explosive and who can make something happen.
The Blues want to kill the clock. Basden. Lynch will hold things up. They're in no real hurry, are those in white, to give away possession. Commentator's curse has completely overridden Basden. That could not have happened any more on cue. Yakub gets it to Ramadan, the 1-2. Cooper with the read, keeps the ball in somehow. In dispute is the ball right now. It's bouncing between both sides. Cooper, measured for Swadan. He's on his own. Still has the ball on a string. Stumbling, but somehow the smooth operator kept it to the calls of his manager.
Terrific, absolutely terrific from Ahmed Swadan. Drew all 4, took all 4 on and beat all 4.
Basden. Swadan for Cooper. Central, Lynch. The overlap was there from Swadan. Yakub. Sahin, the back heel cut off. Well defended by Yakub, but it will be a Moreland Blue side ball.
So once again, that operation in a tight area as Sahin goes into the book for descent.
The officials.
that ability to work in a tight area that the Blues have really honed in on in the last 5 minutes, and it's helped them turn this game around, particularly the link-up between Lynch and Sweden.
The officials really having their authority stamped on this one, even in its dying embers. Basden, Cooper, Lynch, rolls it for Basden. Yakub nearly taken out by his own teammate. Gets it from Cicek. It's been gutsy from Milton Sakos' men out there. Basden. Time a real factor. Hume just now on the receiving end of that seesaw, Ethan, where they had all the momentum, couldn't capitalise. Morn flicked the switch. And now the Black Army have to resort to different measures. Hence the timeout they've issued. It was coming. They trailed by a goal, but before we crossed the timeout, it was required that they had to now resort to flipping the script, the Black Army.
They certainly did. They have to give it one full kitchen sink throw at it now. They've got 2 minutes to save themselves in a game where they would feel a bit unlucky if they came away with nothing.
What can they conjure up following the timeout? They trail by a goal, 5-4 in favour of the champions. We return from the timeout. Will the Black Army throw the kitchen sink at this one? They've certainly made the champions showcase all their quality tonight. DeSantos has been sent off if you're just joining us. Morns were trailing, but they turned the tide back in their favour. Cooper gave it away for Yanni Pira. Swadan wasn't even facing the ball. Yanni Pira shooting down the mid-grip of the keeper, Ibi Habe, who Ethan tonight has been superb.
He's been fantastic in between the sticks for Moreland. Has really saved them on many an occasion. Otherwise, Hume have had the opportunities to kill this game and have had the opportunities to be ahead in it. They haven't taken them, and that's been the big difference. Moreland have made the most of the opportunities they've created for themselves, and now with the momentum, just need to bring it home if you're of a Moreland persuasion. But Hume aren't done yet.
Meanwhile, options left and right for Yakub. Cicek stumbling. Cooper for Swadan. Momentary one-on-one. Yanni Pira with the backtrack. Swadan got around them all, but couldn't finish.
What a block on the line from Yanni Pira on the slide. Cicek's down behind play, however.
Exactly. Echoing Milton Sakos' statement. It was unlucky from Ahmed Swadan. He took it all comers, Ethan. He nearly took Murray out the equation also. It was a tremendous block on the line, but the talking point now is Yubity Cicek down behind the ball.
And he went down straight away, clutched at that knee. At the back of his leg as well. Hume will be hoping it is nothing serious.
Well, Cicek has had issues with his knees. Well, Ninos Burch's just telling us it's cramp, so it's nothing too sinister, which is what we want to hear. We're sick of hearing of injuries. And so Cicek might have his night conclude, but for cramp purposes, it is cold in here, mind you. The pickle juice not on display from the Hume bench, but at the other end is a corner to be taken for the Blues, taken quickly by Ahmed Swadan. Still a minute and 17 seconds left in this one. You feel like there's one more moment from the Black Army, and you can see Murray coming a fair out broadcast side.
Murray's gone into fifth man. And this has been the thing with Hume's blueprint for their last two keepers, both Vassos Kartambis and Gabriel Murray. Very good with their feet, very willing to go forward.
Basden hadn't cleared his lines. Cooper wanted the side ball.
And what that does when they go to fifth man, it saves that second switch over of the players switching to get the goalkeeper back in.
Basden was in an acre of space, but wants the time to evaporate. Basden for Lynch. Swadan. Ned Saheen blocking a potential goal-scoring moment. Tuna. Swadan went in courageously. Lynch with the hold-off. Swadan back in possession. Saheen for Tuna. The advantage is played. Habe had to close the gates. Yanni Pira off the volley into Basden. Rolling foul for Moreland. But whose ball is it?
While they decipher that, the Blues have racked up 5 fouls.
With 25 seconds left on the clock, the Blues can't concede a foul. Tense moments for the champions. Can they see out the game? Cooper chips it for Lynch. Saheen headed on. Had possession but squandered it. Time still there for anything to happen. How will the champions play this? Cooper rolls it for Habe. Under immediate pressure was Ibi Habe. Had to concede possession. 14 seconds left. Swarming forward the Black Army. Swadan has to step back, says the official. Yaku for Saheen. Yaku for Yanni Pira. That might have just been the moment.
Feels like it was the moment on the Hume bench. All of the air taken out of it. Moreland should have gone long in the play prior. It put themselves under unnecessary pressure and they nearly paid the price for it.
Cooper had to lunge in. Lynch will try hold it up. Saheen slid in with intent. Lynch smashing the Hume bench in frustration. 4 seconds left. And Cat is busy right now. Grant Lynch not happy at all. And Mertuna playing instigator. Oh. Alan Kolak and Mo Tanker seeing the funny side of things. You can't knock a Turkish derby. There's always something in these games. And Grant Lynch wasn't happy about the champion thrown. The Sakos saying the official on the far side was going to issue offside. Oh, the official struggling to contain it now.
I think Grant Lynch's frustration comes at the fact that he's been the recipient of a lot of attention tonight and a lot of physicality. He feels a few free kicks had gone missing. And now having won it, that frustration just boiled over. However, 4 seconds to go. Adam Cooper from range has a chance to kill this game.
And he's gone completely in towards the technical area, Adam Cooper, for a trademark long run-up. Seconds ticking down, Morn with the ball. Cooper fires it in! And the Blues will show their character true. And they'll have the 3 points. And it's the man who's outspoken with the final say. Adam Cooper seals the deal with a finish from the dead ball.
And it's a belter from Adam Cooper, who when walking past us said that he was going to score and then went on and wrapped it into the bottom right corner.
It's almost completely to his personality. So nonchalant about his ability. Well, the Blues were looking to see the game out. And that will well and truly be that. A game of frustration perhaps from both parties. But the Blues end with a victory. They had to come back from behind to do so. But the champions showcase what they're about. Full time in Darabin for our second instalment of round 4. It's the Moreland Blues 6, Hume FC 4.
We're the Champ Hunters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. What's going on with that? Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over, and we're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, but we thought we'd take our talents to Futsal, and
Well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins and we're doing decent within the team. There's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. When you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it, but we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it. We're improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
We're signing off.
Signing off, James Daniel, starting captain, striker.
Yeah, and send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Mara.
Welcome to the evening's final edition, the closing act of an action-packed match day. And it is Melbourne Aku and Pascoe Vale who will close out the show. Aku, 7 days ago, provided us already with one of the season's first flashpoints. 3-0 down against the defending champions. QEMU's side battled back to earn a point, helped by a cracking Enzo Campagna display. He was named in the Team of the Week. He was named Player of the Week. And it affirmed an Aku side back on track, headed towards where they want to be. Pascoe Vale, on the other hand, enter tonight still in search of a first point of the season. The Lions lost out to Fitzroy last time and now find themselves in unfamiliar territory at the foot of the table. In a shorter campaign, time flies by, and if they are to keep an eye on the top two, they must, you feel, depart base camp with urgency. A personal milestone for Andre Caro, a return for Lucas Vaz, 400 up for the Doctor in Pascoe Vale colours. Can he be the one, as he so often has, to give the Lions their roar? Ethan Rigg and Adam Palombi to close out what has been an enthralling Friday of futsal.
Oh, let's get it, Ethan. This is the one I've kept my eye on throughout the week. Aku and Pascoe Vale. Paco need a win, and they're celebrating a club stalwart's 400th game tonight. It's quite the achievement from the captain, Andre Caro. It's fitting. He plays this milestone game for the club where it all began. And if they needed the win before the circumstances of their milestone man's appearance tonight, they need a win, certainly considering their position on the ladder right now.
9-time champion, 4-time Golden Boot winner, a 4-time MVP. And now in game 400, asked to deliver something that is vintage beyond valuation to get Pascoe Vale up and running. But Francis Mars leading the charge the other way. Campagna was waiting on his runners away from Evangelista, squeezed it through to Noah Marr, who's got Andre Caro at his back. Tussling with the Pascoe Vale skipper, recycles it to his own. Now Marr once again. This time, switching for Campagna. Fernandez. Had two to beat, Caro stepped in. Noah Marr with a delightful return. Jarvis Jin came and caught Fernandez, having not got there.
Oh, and the Aku bench are going to start early. The officials, it must be said, have been under duress tonight. They've had a difficult one. They've been understaffed, underappreciated, and have had to deal with a lot of people saying a lot of damn things. The Aku bench were looking early to have a say there.
They're incensed, certainly, by the inaction as Fernandez goes again. Evangelista with a great challenge. He's got Lima one way and on the other. Evangelista gave it to Arn, who fisted for Lima, and it's a brilliant block from Campagna.
The angle got so tight for Alassane Lima, who arrived at the back post. Evangelista just waiting to release the ball for Arn. He finally didn't. Well, he done a good job, Arn, to keep his feet and get the ball fizzed across the face of goal. All for it to come for a corner for Pascoe Vale.
How quickly it can all turn. Pascoe Vale's first corner. Evangelista to take. Tried to fizz it for on. Campagna cut it out and is on the march. Has Fernandez with him. Francis Marr arriving. Campagna twisting and turning. Lima with a lunge, and Jarvis Jin will graciously accept. On. And here is Andre Caro. Game number 400. A littery of career highs, and he's quickly on for Evangelista with a beauty of a ball as well. Noah Marr in the way to make the block. Worth mentioning, we talk about Players of the Week and Players of the Month tonight. QEMU was August's Manager of the Month. First of the new campaign, going to the Aku boss. For no doubt, a tidy start to their campaign. Aku see themselves third and can continue just to keep within touching distance of the top two if it is to fall for them this evening. Caro drew Marr. Lima. Evangelista. Back for Chavanon, who is immediately under pressure from Campagna. On turn back. Evangelista on for Caro, who clipped it down the line with Caress. On. Nearly sent Campagna. Lima then wasn't able to re-find him. Francis Marr with a lovely bit of footwork. Noah Marr's up with him. Caro on the challenge. And Campagna happy to keep it cool and find Fernandez.
Fantastic from Caro on broadcast side to find Dan, who had Enzo Campagna equal to his measure, but the sidestep, Ethan, from the Pascoe Vale, number 18, absolutely pristine, and in doing so had just sent Campagna the opposite direction.
And this, of course, a Lions outfit without Michael Newen, without Kevin Lamb this evening. They're looking to get themselves up and running and off the mark in Season 2 of 2025. Take 2 didn't go to plan. Perhaps third time's the charm. Ma around Caro, fizzed it across, Jin off on, they'll have a corner. Aku with an adventure forward of their own. No Omar to take. Francis fizzed off for him, caused Jin to parry at his near post. And Aku will start all over again. Pascoe Vale under pressure. Early on a night of pivotal importance for them. Fernandez couldn't find more.
Decent start to this one. There's been moments of individual brilliance just glittering on court. More from a Pascoe Vale view. But Aku up for the challenge.
Evangelista went down the line for Aunt. Francis Mark thought about hammering that towards us. And then let it trickle out of play. Rather, I wouldn't say fast-paced start to this game, but it hasn't started slowly either. Fernandez cleared it only as far as Caro. Evangelista around Mar. Fernandez will then take over. Felipe Evangelista firmly saw him out of play.
You can see Caro just progressing up the court as well. He wants that moment on his milestone. You've seen him make a couple of runs to the back post when given the opportunity.
Leave a side ball for Evangelista. Andre Caro very much the conductor this evening, and you know he's got that role. Captain on captain. Around Fernandez, fizzed it across. Mar didn't know much about it, but did well not to turn it into his own net. Pascoe Vale corner. Caro's take. Evangelista couldn't find Lima nor the net.
Pedestrian from Alison. Oh, not Alison rather, but Evangelista, considering Felipe had time to really let fly, and he can hit them with both feet, but I think he was caught in two minds, Ethan, and it was showcased in what he displayed there.
Fernandez got it back from Francis Mar. Tangoing with Alison Lima, and then losing out. Evangelista took a stumble. Francis Mar got around and then lunged in and nearly broke for Fernandez as Caro cleaned up. Lima hustled by both Mar brothers. And Aku keep it.
It's a slippery court. You can hear all the skids, if you will, from all sets of players.
Mar, two brothers combining. Lima, Evangelista's got room and he's got on. Tried to thread it through. Evangelista now, down the line for Lima. Squared it back, Fernandez in the way. Him via Mar, cleared it only as far as Caro. Lima, on. Not away from Fernandez, and now Campagna can go.
Fernando Campagna is in that space and has the opportunity to just completely go for broke with the acceleration he's got into set open space. It's such a powerful weapon in the Aku artillery, but look who's re-emerged for the Mighty Lions. Lucas Vaz appears for the first time, dare I say, since the start of the calendar year. He's on court with Mattis Assumpção,
who's just driven forward, having nearly been sold short by Caro. And they win a corner. Andre Caro wasn't quick to get off, and it nearly allowed Aku to steal in. Full rotation for Maurizio Novak, Curadate and Ferreira also on court. But Vaz and Assumpção is a tantalising link-up. Two players of flair, of trickery, and most importantly, of entertainment. And they link up with one another. Vaz on the spin. Pulled down by Nomar, but nothing was doing, say the officials. Mar tried to drive it with haste. Vaz knocked away from Ferreira, and Fernandez made the block.
Different feel about Pascoe Vale right now on court with the complete reshuffle. Dewey Newen completing out of the changed lineup, of course. Ferrer also appearing on court for the first time in a couple of weeks, formerly of FC Carlton Heart.
Vaz flashed at the near post. It did take a touch off Fernandez. They will have a corner. Newen occupying the back stick. One of the arrivals from Western City. Some Sal also out, found by Vaz. Lovely touch from Ferreira and a good block. Initially made by Fernandez. Tried to steer it down the line, but a Sumsal on the slide is there to clean up.
A statistic for you. Matis Asumsao and Lucas Vaz have never lost when on court together in Pasco Val colours.
That is some record, one they would like to continue tonight. Jerry Angelatos also sees his first minutes of the evening. Player of immense talent in these Aku ranks. Ferreira on for a Sumsal. And here is Angelatos, whose first act was to pick it off. Fernandez, and they're on the march forward. Nakano down the line for Angelatos, who did well to keep that in. Asumsal came to meet him and won it back. Steered it on for Ferreira, who had two around him through the legs, and Ferreira's on the march and around Fernandez, who gave him a hug to hold him up, and for that the Aku skipper will go into the book.
Rightfully so, and he knows it straight away, does Fernandez. And well, he had to stop the attacker some way, did the captain, and a hug's the way to do it.
A lot more friendly than we've seen at other times tonight. And Ferreira's got a free kick. Pasco Vale, who are looking for an opening, having knocked on the Aku door. Just under a quarter of an hour left in the first half. It is Dawood Ferreira, short for a Sumsal. Round the corner for Dewey Nguyen, who flashed it across the face. Too hot for Lucas Vaz to even be able to react to. Nakano on for Oskiyi, who features against his former club tonight. Gets it, gives it. Got it back from Leon. Nakano once more. Hustle by Nguyen. Losing out to Vaz. Ferreira then takes over. He might be on a charge of his own. Four around him, tried to roll it, and Oskiyi made a good block.
Don't mind that from Ferreira, having the licence to drive. Certainly what Pasco Val were looking for when they brought him into their team.
Took the side ball quickly for a Sumsal, who's danced at Leon and lost out. Ferreira lofted. A Sumsal, that was nearly brilliant.
How's he controlled that? How has he controlled the ball, in which has been just thrown towards him really from Ferreira with not much thought, considering how quick the move was. And somehow he managed to not just prop the ball up, but side foot it towards Lucas Grigg.
That one too tall for a Sumsal. Leong's out the back, and Jarvis Jins made a good save. Leon kept it alive, and Lucas Grigg can't touch it, so Pasco Vale will have a corner.
How quickly things can transition from one end to the other. It's only moments ago Luong was looking at a goal scoring opportunity. He's now defending a corner.
Ferreira didn't catch it, nearly broke for a Sumsal, and via Leong it does. Sumsal. Ferreira fizzed it. Nguyen, that was a lovely move in the making. But once again, Dewey Nguyen's flash across the face with too much pace. Pasco Vale knocking on the door. Melbourne Aku withstanding at the moment. Lucas Grigg with loft to his counterpart. Jarvis Jim wanted to go quickly. Dewey Nguyen. Oskiyi did well to hold him up. A Sumsal on for Ferreira. Couldn't get away from Leon. A Sumsal once more. Really wanted Vaz, who was trying to create an angle. Nguyen. Blocked by Oskiyi. Ferreira's side ball. A Sumsal through the legs, and Vaz couldn't turn it in. Ferreira ran out of room. Lucas Vaz and Matis Asumsal in tangent in protest.
The claim there, but a turnover in play.
Ferreira, Oskiyi with a full slide. Managed to steer it away as it was looking for Lucas Vaz. Dewey Nguyen on for a Sumsal. Limited options, pressed by Leon, who then took a stumble. The Sumsal did well. Shifted away from Leon not once but twice. Steered it on for Vaz, who was waiting on the runners. Angelatos made the block. Vaz clipped it. Nguyen didn't keep it alive.
You can say what you like about Matis Asumsao. You cannot fault the man for excitement. And each time he's on court, he's just got something different. He's got that edge, doesn't he? That bit of quality. He's someone you really tune into. Just keep an eye on.
That again, as he nearly got away from Oski. Matthias Sumpsau, some might say, the definition of box office. Nakano. Oski has got Caro to drive at. He might fancy his chances. Vaz did well. And Leon's under pressure. He's let Greg on. And he very, very nearly hung his keeper out to dry.
Yeah, no communication there between the Aku boys. And well, there wasn't much of an after conversation there to be had also. That was costly. Vaz knows those situations rather well. He's made a career on instincts. Wasn't far away there.
Evangelista in for Vaz. Nakano was snapping. Ferreira from range. That's a lovely save down low from Lucas Grigg.
Good reactions from the tall shot stopper to get low. Many sides think that that's a thorn in his game, but he's rather agile and nimble to get down quickly.
Always did the splits, did the Aku shot stopper. Let's give our side ball. Evangelista on for Andre Caro. Cracking ball in for Lima, whose touch was loose. Caro just closed the door on Oski. This game a proper arm wrestle. Neither side giving an inch at the moment.
Oh,
Angelatos 1-2 with Oski. He's challenged by Evangelista.
for a moment there, Oski had broken the lines. Lima had just shifted wide, and well, if he was to take the game on there, he would have been in some space.
Evangelista. Been wanting to dance with Angelatos. Caro. Lima. Evangelista. Happy to wait on his options. Arms dropped in. Pascovel shuffling it around. Caro tried to go down the line. Lima's touch after Nakano took a touch was loose. Both sides have been frustrated by it in this first half so far. Neither have been able to play their cleanest futsal in the other's attacking half. And that is why the deadlock is unbroken. Oski had a slip and a stumble and Caro was right on him. Irwin round the corner. All the way back to Jarvis. Jin. Lima. Caro. On Ferran. Caro once more. Pascovel's turn to practice some patience. Retain possession. Evangelista. Caro let it run. Shoving on. Long for Lima. Caro. Out the other way for On. Just trying to turn the screw. See which key will open the door. Evangelista has belted it in! That is a perler from Pascovel's number 14. Got a yard on his left foot and lashed them ahead.
Lucas Grigg completely wrong-footed. It was fantastic from Felipe Evangelista. The shot stop of Araku, not sure where to turn, given the body's in the way. And the deadlock is broken. The Monty Lions roar true and find the opening goal.
Cracking finish at the end of a patient and progressive Pasco Vale play. They have themselves ahead. And Noah Marr is looking to restore parity immediately, but he dragged his effort wide. Aku with a shot in anger, perhaps. Jin quickly for Caro. Evangelista on Ferran. Oh, he's got room to move into. Lima had dropped in. Andre Caro once more. On. Face to face with Noah Marr. Switched it for Lima. Unable to get around Francis Marr.
He was just warming up into this game. Last week, the Mars, it was their show. They really came to play and, well, made it difficult. Completely difficult for Moreland. Tonight, they're a bit cold to start.
And on via Grigg. Nearly found the net and with a hand of the post. Instead, Pascovel have a corner.
Look uncertain to Aku. They're not playing with that authority. They haven't really come into life yet.
Caro's corner. On. Evangelista. And you can see Pascovel growing in confidence as the seconds tick by. Caro once more. Down the line for Lima, who's shrugged off Irwin. Evangelista. He waited on a runner, tussle with Ma, gave it to Arndt. Shifted away from Francis Ma, shoving on a driving run, was dragged back, and Pascoe Vale will have a free kick.
Caro just itching for that moment, you can tell. It would mean the world to him, and he might. He's not trying it from here, is he, Ethan? Imagine this for a statement.
Andre Caro, blocked by Lima, out to Arndt. Tried to thread it back for Lima, only found Francis Ma. He's away from one, and Evangelista with a good challenge and wins it back. Lima, lost out, Campagna, Connor Irwin, Francis Ma. Back with Irwin once more. Aku just needing to find some momentum. Speared it on, Ma once again. This time trying to go toe-to-toe with Evangelista. Gave it back to Campagna. Clipped it round the corner for Noah Ma. Tried to spear it through Caro. Irwin, brilliant ball for Campagna, and Jin did superbly. Not only to cut out the danger, but now he's left his net, and Lucas Grigg certainly launched it, but didn't have the direction.
More like it from Aku. Appreciate that from Connor Irwin. Went the provocative ball right down the centre, which nearly opened things up for Campagna, whose footwork is quick, but, well, Jarvis Jin equal to the task. That's more like it from those in Aku colour. What do you describe that colour as, Ethan?
I would go with violet.
We'll take it.
And Andre Caro on the charge. Lima, Grigg came, didn't get there. 2-0 Pascoe Vale. Alison Lima with coolness, with composure. Rounded Grigg, who came a long way but didn't make an impact. And the Lions now are finding their roar.
Well and truly, just as Aku look to finally have some bite about their game, the Lions quick to roar truly again. Nelson Lima with a real textbook finish. He took the keeper out of the equation and the net to aim at. And well, it was easy pickings for the finisher.
Fernandez's frustration perhaps starting to show. Pascoe Vale deepen the Melbourne Aku Maya tonight. Jarvis Jin, that's a smashing ball, and Lima went aloft. He got up, nodded it goalwards. It was going to take something special to beat somebody of Lucas Grigg's height. From that distance, that's a smashing ball from Fernandez. Ma's return for Campagna wasn't quite as such. Francis Ma with a good touch. Noah Ma. Two brothers happy to recycle it between one another. Campagna. Hustled by Arndt, had to go the long way round. Ma through the legs of Caro, Lima on the slide.
Need the likes of Ma, Fernandez, Campagna, those on court for Aku. Arguably at the top of the food chain in their ranks, and they need to really start to get into this game before it slips away on the scoreboard.
Fernandez, not around Evangelista, who's had a very, very positive start.
And in the contrary, the captain not looking like his usual self tonight. When Fernandez is on song, Aku are a different beast. Tonight he just seems to be that step behind as the Aku number 8 in the opening proceedings.
Dewey Newen around the corner for a sub out. He's going face to face with Francis Ma. Newen dropped off to give him a hand and was immediately put under pressure. Jin taking no chances, cleared his lines.
It's one aspect of Jarvis Jin's game in which Mazen Abdallah certainly has in a more fluent nature, and that's his ball playing ability. Just seems let down that of Jarvis Jin.
Fernandez with fizz, too much fizz for Noah Ma. He wasn't quite able to take it in. Both of these sides now started to find their rhythm. Pascoe Vale hitting their stride. How did Melbourne Aku go about reducing the deficit?
Just need somebody to lift. They've had moments of showcasing what they're made of, but that tenacity, that character they like to, underdog psychosis if you will, just hasn't rocked up tonight yet.
Vaz, back for Ferreira, on for a Sumpsal. Going to cycle it to Lucas Vaz, who's got no Amar to go at. Tried to shift a long way around. Sumpsal wanted to return it to him. Xavier Fernandez cut it out. Ferreira now loses out, and it's 3-on-2. Mar has Fernandez, and Campagna went alone. Jin spilled it, and Fernandez couldn't fire it home.
That's more like it. But it's only moments. They have to sustain this now, Aku. They've had certain boosts and, well, moments, again, of just showcasing what they can do, but they got to sustain it now.
Sumpsal. Oh, lovely shift. Away from Mar. Matthias Sumpsal. Didn't catch it as sweetly as he would have liked. Lucas Crick wanting to look long. And really speared it for Nakano. Jarvis Jin with a good punch.
Brave goalkeeping. Had to loft. Done exactly what was required.
Campagna. Around the corner, Fernandez. Trying to work an angle on Lucas Vaz, and he crashed it against the upright.
And got a corner too. And well, they're starting to get more and more moments now. Araku. They don't mind trailing. They do have a tendency to come back from behind. That's exactly what they have to do here now.
Fernandez, Campagna. Back for Fernandez with Fizz. Jin sprawled himself. That's a tidy touch from Ferreira. Newen. Away from Nakano. They did terrifically to get out of a perilous position.
Superbly done from Dewey Newen. He was on his own. He had some strength as well as the ball control to travel down court and earned a very well-merited corner for Pascoe Vale.
Ferreira out for some Sumpsal. In retreat and then stumbled, allowing Campagna to steal in. Got away from Ferreira. Lucas Vaz on the challenge. And it'll be an Aku free kick.
If I said it near the mic, I would say it again. You heard me.
Well, now's a chance to say it again. Well, Josh Fusco, man of many words, but wasn't caught out there. We don't know what he's talking about, but he had something to say. If you know what he was saying, leave it in the comments.
Campagna's free kick was curling with Sumpsal. Met it to clear. Josh Fusco, perhaps a touch camera shy. Fernandez, Ferreira, knocked off it by Nakano. Jin for Newen. And Marcus Fernandez raced across to make the challenge. Maurizio Novak, animated as ever, down on the touchline. Ferreira, Sumpsal. Little hot for Newen. Fernandez won it. Marcus to Xavier, who did not catch that cleanly at all. Ferreira, Sumpsal. Taking the yardage that Fernandez gives him. Wanted to switch it for Newen, but wasn't able to find him. He just retreated at the wrong time.
It seems to be the preferred on-court display from Pascoe Vale, the likes of Newen, Ferrer, Vaz, Sumpsal. They've had a fair bit of court time now, and well, they haven't scored with this lineup. It's been the one in which and in charge and Maurizio Novak have preferred. Noamar having a chat to the official on broadcast side. Vaz with a clearance, it'll hit the roof. Ethan Rigg is back in the head office position.
Aki side ball. Wanted taken from the far side. So they look to conjure away back into this game. Fernandez on for Campagna. Two try to close him out. Vaz was one, Newen was the other. Fernandez, that's a tidy ball in. Marcus to Xavier. Newen in retreat did well. And a Sumpsal was taking no risks. Both gaffers gazing at the clock. Fernandez to rattle one. Ferreira happy to see it out.
Came to a momentary pause in the arena. Game in a bit of a lull period in truth. Aku trying to immerse themselves further in it, but they still look like they've only got 1 foot in this swimming pool of Pascoe Vale.
Fernandez. Xavier for Marcus once more, who's lost it out to Ferreira, who might go on the charge. Nakano wants to hold him up. Gave it on to Andre Caro. Lovely switch for Assumpção. Brilliant futsal, Pascoe Vale. It doesn't find the net some way, somehow. Campagna's there to clean it up. Round the corner for Xavier Fernandez, who had Nakano, who was launching himself forward, had it found its way through.
He was on his own. He had a nice run there. Just drifting them behind away from all the Pascoe Vale traffic. Not to be found out. Could be a sliding doors moment that for Aku.
Fernandez with loft. Campagna nearly got there. Jarvis Jin did the right thing in coming to punch. Campagna got up high. Gave it a real launch. And nearly nodded them back into this game. Fernandez on the recovery. Just trying to shift the yard for himself. Campagna. Nakano had retreated too far.
And that'll be it for Campagna for now. He takes a spell. Oscar Yee in his place. And Galatos still to really warm up into this one. They have the artillery, Aku. And just right now needing a bit of a shine. Bit of court rust maybe.
Leon took a tumble. They gave it away. Caro into Vaz. That's a brilliant spin. Found the side netting via the palm of Lucas Grigg.
They shouldn't be rusty considering the form they've hit. Aku, but maybe living off the luxuries of last week. So they haven't had that same hunger here tonight against Pascoe Vale.
Lions also a side where the fixture has not fallen for them fortuitously. Unable to beat them last season in many a close encounter. Particularly late heartbreak on a couple of occasions. Alison Lima into Lucas Vaz. Lima wanted the return. Oscar Yee did well. Stabbed it for Fernandez. Nakano will make it work. And all of a sudden they're on the charge. Tried to thread it for Fernandez, who then tried to take a hurdle over Jarvis Jin.
Rushing. Again, Aku. It's uncharacteristic of them to be doing so. Yandot Kuyemu has issued for his half-time team talk. Considering they're not out of this game, but they just haven't looked vintage.
Really still trying to feel their way into this game. Caro on for Lima. Evangelista wanted the return. Alison Lima didn't oblige him with one.
Fernandez comes off looking rather frustrated. What can Jerry Angelatos do?
Ski down for Nakano, mopped up Lima, on for Evangelista, who went with height. Alison Lima wasn't quite able to take that down. But again, the space behind, now that Aku have started to commit further forward, is opening up.
He thought about it for a split second, Alison Lima. You could see in the way his eyes were looking at the ball what he might have envisioned. But in the end, tried to control it. The ball just bounced out of play.
Lima was perhaps looking for something Marco van Basten-esque.
Probably should have, though. He's got the ability to do so. And you might as well take it on.
Owen Leong, lovely turn, and a brilliant return for Connor Owen, who fouled Jarvis Jin. Nokla Maliaros most displeased about that decision. Andre Caro switched it for Evangelista. Caro once more, on for Lucas Vaz. Caro, Vaz. Pascoe Vale trying to practice position, but Vaz has given it away. Oscar Yee on the charge, Leong with him. Evangelista with a great challenge. Caro now the other way. Worked it on for Alison Lima, who was backed into a corner and bundled out by Connor Owen, but Evangelista is down.
He had a bit of discomfort with his hamstring, I think, Evangelista. Jarvis Jin quick on the case. And well, one might speculate it's something else, but Evangelista up on his feet. Looks to be okay.
Rolling foul for Aku as well. As we approach half time. Cairo side ball with fizz across. Greg got down. Mar tried to move away with it. Cairo, Lima, twisting, turning. Blocked by Angelatos. Out to Evangelista, who got around Leong, and Angelatos came across to make a very good block. Cairo. Evangelista. Pascavel corner.
Pascavel get the next goal, Ethan. Feel like it could turn into an ugly night for Aku. It's tinkering on that edge. The floodgates nearly opening for those in black.
Cairo. On Ferran. Evangelista. Rita Novak wanted timeout. They weren't able to take it. Evangelista. Back for Andre Caro, who gave it the laces, and he wasn't far away. Quick look long. Noamar nodded it down. On. Then Evangelista, who hooked it up in the sky and into the roof.
It's just casual from Evangelista. Really, it's almost unnecessary. And well, he could have had time to control it, find a teammate, even clear long. A gift for Aku.
Noamar. On for Irwin. He really speared that into Lima. Pascoval. Re-want the timeout. Irwin. Over the top. Jarvis Jin. Had to gleefully accept. Quickly rolled it on for Arn. Evangelista. Tried to evade the press once more. That's a smashing ball to find Arn, who was crowded out by a Violet Hayes. Irwin was the one to come away with it. And Jarvis Jin organised his troops and was able to come and pick it up. Let's give our shot stopper look long. And too long for anybody.
Hey, Trevor's actually good. Yeah. Trevor's actually.
Irwin.
Hey, can you pass me the
Into Angelatos. Back for Connor Irwin. He's still trying to find an opening. Leong with Loft. Noamar. Couldn't escape Evangelista. Arndt gave it back to him. Angelatos was hot on the press, but they evaded well. Caro tried to go for Arndt again and gave it away. Leong is bearing down. That's a brilliant challenge.
Brilliant from Felipe Evangelista. It almost could have been a certain goal from Luong, who had too much time, maybe, Ethan. More than he might have bargained for. His shot never dispatched. It was fantastic defending from Pascoval's number 14.
Owen found the side netting, and Pascoval will have timeout. Delayed though it may be, it is 90 seconds to half time, and it's Melbourne Aku 0, Pascoval 2. We return from timeout. 90 seconds, a minute and a half. It's a half time. Pascoe Vale so far are on top in an arm wrestle, where their control on what has been going on has been increasing. It's Evangelista trying to lift it down the line, and Galatos got a touch on it. Irwin did well to keep it alive. It'll trickle all the way back for Jarvis Gin. Melbourne Aku have lacked guile going forward in this first half. It's an all too familiar tale. Similar transpired last week, and we know how that turned out. Irwin with a good challenge and a good return from Angelatos. Couldn't get around Caro. Lima then came in to win it. Irwin did enough without fouling him. Back for Jarvis Gin, who got his feet in a muddle and then went around Noah Marr before conceding touch.
Oh, not out of this contest yet. Kui moves men. But they need to really find a spark. Irwin's been positive, but they need more of it. Sound like a broken record, Ethan, but that's really all that we can say right now. Aku need to come to life.
They have a corner in the final minute of the first half. Irwin got it from Mark. Tried to return it to Francis, but wasn't able to find his feet. Jarvis Gin gives it back to Andre Caro. Pascoe Vale. Could they take a third with them into the break? Lima tried to touch it away from Irwin, but wasn't quite able to. This first half heads into its dying embers. And Galatos, Francis Marr, Campagna, who's not been short of trying in this first half. Marr, that's a lovely ball. And Galatos took it down well. Campagna, Francis Marr, shifting away from Lina, trying to twist and turn his way inside. Noah Marr came across and gave away a free kick. Yep, more frustration. 5 fouls for Aku.
Ooh.
And Noah Marr in the book. In the book for dissent. Aku on a tightrope for the final half minute. And one of their bright sparks has to tread carefully. Caro on for Evangelista. Is there one last sting, one last sentence in the first half tale? Caro back for Evangelista. Noah Marr pressing high. Evangelista did well to keep that alive. In fact, he didn't do so. 13 seconds. A late opportunity, perhaps, for Aku to get themselves going this evening. Noah finds Francis Marr, deflected by Arn. Marr retreated all the way back for Grigg. Campagna. Francis Marr. If they're going to go, they have to now. Lost out for Caro, who had Arn up with it, who wasn't looking. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. The whistle would have beat them all. Pascoe Vale have finally, you feel, found their feet for Season 2 in 2025. And a first half arm wrestle. They currently hold the lead. It's Melbourne Aku 0, Pascoe Vale 2.
we're the Chep Hunters Div 1 Tuesdays. We should not be in Div 1, but nevertheless, we lost 8-3 today, but we're missing Alex Beckers. Send him hate. If you know who he is, please send him hate, and that's it.
Well, that's exactly right, James. What's going on with that? Our gaffer, we've had a gaffer, for the whole team, and then he hasn't rocked up. Last 2 weeks, Lucas Smarra, you know who you are. You better sleep with one eye open tonight because we're coming for you, mate. You better sleep with one eye open, Lucas Smarra. You know who you are.
I brought the boys over, and we're all former NPL players. If State League want to sign us, we thought we'd take our talents to Futsalers, and
Well, that's exactly right.
it's absolutely fantastic. And the place is an institution, so we thought we might as well. And that's that.
That's exactly right, James. That's it. It's not hard, it's just that we're struggling to find our feet. I think the lack of fitness is really affecting our team. Joining halfway through the season wasn't most ideal, but you know what? We've come across a couple wins, and we're doing decent within the team. There's a lot of politics within the team and problems here and there. When you got families paying 7, 8, 9 grand, it's not on. But yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Well, for Social League Div 1, we thought this would be all right, but it's a much higher standard than we thought, and we're not quite equipped for it, but we're working on that.
Yeah, we definitely are.
Yeah, we're working on it.
We turn for home on round 4. Pascoval with a 2-goal lead. It's all smiles from Aidan Chachi on the bench as Lima gets the ball rolling for the second half. As mentioned, a fair bit in the opening. It's been lull for Aku so far. They need a quick start to the second. They could find it here. They're around Jarvis Chin. And they weren't far away at all from a quick fire start right from kickoff.
What a terrific move from Melbourne Aku immediately after the break. QEMU's team talk almost working wonders, desperately unlucky to hit the post, but the warning signs already are there to suggest that they're not quite done in this game.
Evangelista stepping inside and then outside of Fernandez. He sent him inside out, the captain. Grigg has the side of his net ripple. It's been that kind of night for Aku. They need the man with the armband to really lift. And here is Fernandez. Campagna. Jerry Angelatos. Back to Campagna. It's gone left to right. Angelatos down the line. Campagna. Threading the needle. Chance again for Aku. Andre Caro was uncertain. He had to concede the corner. It's exactly what the doctor did. Nakano, not too far away, had the corner in towards Campagna. Nakano, Fernandez, cut off by Lima. Ball stays in, no it doesn't.
He was off then as well, Alison Lima.
He's claiming a push as well to the official and broadcast side. Wasn't happy. One of the goal scorers for Paco. Play will resume with Campagna. Skipping around Lima. Fernandez. Nakano. Angelatos trying to get busy. Fernandez. Evangelista getting in the way. Lucas Grigg will just remain composed and restart through his captain. Fernandez. Nakano. Confronted by Cardo. The doctor nearly winning the ball. Angelatos out of play. Arn's done well.
It's good pressure from Pascoval to start the second half. The second there's a split bit of indecision from Melbourne Aku. They go high. Caro the one leading it. And you see how it comes on at the end. Arn is able to shut the door.
And a yellow card for Angelatos.
For encroaching. So he was told to back away. And then before it was taken, came back within 5 yards.
Well, it's been a law they've tried to enforce all night long, the officials. And Galatos on the receiving end of that law enforcement. Caro flicking for Evangelista. Off his right, blocked by Fernandez.
You can feel the frustration with Melbourne Aku as well. You saw it towards the end of the first half, and it might just start to bubble over to start this second half. They need to be a little bit careful. They've got a couple of players in the book already for dissent. They can't go giving away, especially Angelatos, cheap yellow cards and getting themselves sent off.
Caro went down the court for Evangelista, trying to remain on the same wavelength. Angelatos looking to twist around Lima. He's got a fair bit of tape around his left knee. Does Alison Lima. Nakano measured. And Galantos moving laterally for Fernandez. His pass a bit too far for Campagna.
Those are the little things that they can ill afford to get wrong in this second half. It's just little releases at the moment that for Pascoe Vale, until they find that groove and until either side settle in, are going to be the killer for Aki.
Caro lurking inside the D. Evangelista. Andre Caro on game 400. Had to be cleared quickly by Aku.
It's a good save from Lucas Grigg, who didn't quite know a lot about it. Lucas Vass's side ball. Evangelista. Alison Lima. Caro kept it alive and then gave it away to Campagna, who's got Nakano up with him. Enzo Campagna flashes, Jin saves, Oscar Yee's following, finds the side netting.
Brilliant stop from Jarvis Jin. Campagna just waiting for the right moment to pull the trigger, and once he had the number 27, really made Jarvis Jin earn his money as goalkeeper. The man in blue made a nice save. He goes up and long for Lima, lost it in the floodlights as it bounces out of play. The package Noamar re-enters the court. On comes Luong also. Bit of height about the pivot for Aku now. Oscar Yee. Luong. Noamar, Luong. Danced around the ball before playing it. Campagna hasn't had a spell yet. Oscar Yee. Confronted by Vaz. Got the angle. Vaz closed the door.
You can see Alison Lima as well, really snapping into those challenges. Whenever he gets the opportunity, it's high octane and it's high intensity.
Jarvis Jin going long, looking for Vaz. Fernandez heads away. Evangelista controls, looking for his favoured left. Had to slide, did Evangelista. Ball got stuck in between a trio of shirts. The man in the middle was Evangelista. It was Oscar Yee and Noamar just completing the duo for Aku. And it's a free kick from the ladder. Luong. Campagna. Oscar Yee. Campagna. Ferreira just trying to usher the space. Luong, lovely touch. Campagna twisting, turning, keeping the ball under his jurisdiction. Ma. Campagna trying to chip away at Pascoe Vale. Lovely ball for Luong. He went for the poking effort as Jarvis Jin came off his line quickly to close out the angle.
Terrific futsal from Melbourne Aku as well. Campagna does absolutely superbly. The turn and the tight control in an enclosed area, it's wonderful. He does superbly well to get out of what could have been a tricky situation, and that then opens up the space for Noamar to thread that ball into Leong. They just unfortunately wasn't able to apply the finishing touch, but being able to keep the ball in close and take care of it is opening up opportunities, and it might be a way that they can get at Pascoe Vale.
Cardle reads the game like no one else. Newen. Speaking of Newens, no Michael Newen tonight for Pascoe Vale. Vaz. Cardle, Ferrer. Newen. Back to Ferrer. Not what he was after.
That movement, once again. Pascoe Vale, there's two very contrasting styles. Pascoe Vale have a lot more often than not looked to go round the outside of Melbourne Aku and utilise the flanks, especially the pace of Ferreira when he's been on, and Evangelista. They've looked to create width and then drill it into the target. Lucas Vaz, or recycle it through Andre Caro, whereas Aku have been looking to go a lot more centrally and a lot more intricately.
Vaz. Newen. Carter. Measured Vaz, nearly lost it, kept it in play. And somehow kept going. He tries to relentless Lucas Vaz. Ferrer has time for the shot. And somehow Lucas Vaz had thought he'd lost the ball. Got creative and nearly provided a goal scoring opportunity for Ferrer.
Superb from Vaz, who just kept going and then found a way to win it. Ferreira, when it comes to him, he goes to side foot and tries to place it. It might have been better to go the laces without giving Lucas Grigg time to react.
Vaz, Newen. Forced to save out of Grigg. You mentioned the word intricate, Ethan. Pascoe Val really playing razor futsal right now, cutting through Marku.
They look incredibly sharp to start this second half to the Lions, and you can sense in particular that Ferreira is really getting into this game. He's provided a lot of energy and just been a thorn in Aku's side throughout the evening. Curse of the commentator.
It's happened a fair bit. Will always happen. If you like it or not, it's inevitable. Yee. Carter on game 400. Grigg denies the milestone man the moment.
He's still waiting on it, isn't he, Andre Caro? His first real opportunity of the night where he gets through one-on-one, and it's a good save from Lucas Grigg.
Carter trying to go very direct with Ferrer. Ma closes the show. Irwin, Yee. Centrally for Ma, who had to slide to get there. He won the ball and rolls it for Luong. Shifting inside. Noah Ma has a chance. And well, Maurizio Novak venting some frustration. And he'll go into the book for the protests. Well, the red mist has descended upon DCSS already tonight. Who knows if that's to continue to linger around here.
Unfortunately, when it comes to the red mist here, sometimes it comes like London buses. You get one, you get two. Kevin Dos Santos's was certainly far from malicious.
Oh, and Vaz from behind on Luong. And now Packer, despite being 2-0 up, and not exactly fond of the officiating decisions right now.
Maurizio Novak, Aidan Charchi, both in protest of that. Also weren't too pleased about Noah Ma's slide.
Now Sumsao has a jacket on. I'm not sure if we'll see him at any later stage of tonight. Luong trying to keep Jarvis honest at his near post.
He cuts a very frustrated figure as well, Matthias Sumsao. Perhaps carrying a knock. Hope it isn't anything serious. We hope he's all right. He's still kitted up, so perhaps it could just be getting in some warmth on what is a rather chilly evening. Lovely touch from Newham round the corner. And Connor Irwin comes and clatters one towards us.
That's also inevitable. Missed the days of Thomastown where we're up nice and high. The box, it'd be very hard for a ball to get inside there. It's happened before too. And well, Ethan Rigg might not have had that luxury, but I guess having courtside access and a courtside view of everything, we're also prone to things being certainly within our proximity, but staring down the barrel of quite the comprehensive performance so far at Pascoe Vale. They have a corner. Ferrer had shape, but too much loft.
He catches that pretty sweetly. Ferrari just leans back the second he goes to strike it, and that's how he gets so far under it. The pace is not bad, and the placement is on target if it was lower. It just did not have the guile that it needed. He leant back on it, and it had too much loft, meaning it wasn't going to trouble Lucas Grigg. But once again, completely unmarked from a corner, he's been left on his own.
Flick on towards Nakano. Newen for Vaz. Ma intervenes accordingly. Irwin. The package. Stepping inside was Ma. Francis. Noah. The Mars starting to really intervene in this one. Nakano. That might have been the move for Aku. But Nakano can never buy genuine connection.
He gets unlucky, Nakano. It's a good run. He times it well to get the wrong side. And when it comes to the final finish on the volley, it's never an easy one to try and control. He goes to almost slice across it. And that's why he isn't able to get the power, and then shifts midway through, has a change of heart, and goes for the side foot instead to place it beyond an oncoming Jarvis Jin. And neither really came to any clean contact.
Nakano. Shifting gears, Nakano. Momentarily got away from Vaz and company. Recycle with Francis Ma. Irwin. Nakano. Noah. Heavy touch from Connor Irwin. Lima. Vaz. First time for Ferrer. Who's held it up nicely for Lucas Vaz. Onto his left. The angle got tied up. And the ball just lofted out of play.
Vaz is in this game now, though. It's taken him some time to warm up. You talk about court rust. Perhaps he might have had some. However, that first time ball with fizz into Ferreira, and then to get it on the return, even if though the angle is tight, to have the confidence to go and hit it, shows that that is somebody who is well and truly warming back into series futsal.
Francis Ma and Galatos away from Vaz, who wants to have a spell on the bench. And well, perhaps a precaution for Matis Asumsao, who's not moved from his spot. He's got his warm beige coat on. The Lions facing the Blues next week. And you might just see Asumsao on the far right corner of your screen, but looks as if his night is done. Precaution, it would be, Ethan?
You would assume so. We know that he's had a lot of injuries throughout this calendar year, throughout previous calendar years. Perhaps they feel as though the game is in a good enough position where they can give Matis Asumsao the rest of the night off.
Lima off the ball, had been sat down, but the package, Noah Ma fires true, and there's controversy in this one. Lima was flipped inside out, Ethan. Ma with a fantastic finish. You can't take away nothing from that. But the Lions might have claims here.
It's a brilliant hit initially. However, Alison Lima is bundled into on the taking of the free kick. Francis Ma, in order to get himself through, barged himself into Alison Lima, thus creating the space to give it back to Noah Ma. So
Ooh. Upon watching that back, I prefer not to speak. I have nothing to say. I think that's the way we're going to go about this one. Well, regardless, our thoughts won't change anything. Changing the score. Akui moves men. It's the Mazu combined. They're on song. And this game is back alive as Grigg went over the top.
unbelievable. This game all of a sudden has come to life with a flashpoint, a moment of controversy. Adam Palombi gave it his best Gary Neville and then his best Jose Mourinho. That will be something will certainly be looked at, will be talked about for quite some time, but it's given Melbourne Aku a real momentum boost.
Lima certainly made a lot of it, but regardless, I believe you cannot touch the wall from a free kick. Aku won't mind that. They got Fernandez back on court with Nakano. Ma instigating Lima. And now if there's a moment for Fernandez to really ignite into this contest, he could certainly prove the difference.
He certainly could. He's an X factor. He's explosive. And that's why QEMU gives it as the best opportunity to bring him back in now when they have some momentum to try and really press it home and see what pressure they can put Pasco Vale under.
Evangelista trying to skip around Angelatos. Former Western United players coming together. Of course, in terms of world football, that's still a dispute that has not been settled yet. Meanwhile, Arn into Ma. Has Nakano. Took some time to use him. Ball rolls out of play. And I think Aidan Chachi's seen the footage. from that free kick incident. The slam upon the chair he sat down into speaks a story. Fernandez, Ma with Cardo. Fernandez, Angelatos has found Francis Ma, who sits down the keeper. But it's hit the side of the net.
Huge opportunity for Francis Ma. His touch around Jarvis Gin is what lets him down. It's too heavy, it takes him too wide. He does it all right. Maurizio Novak wants timeout. That is a huge flashpoint and a huge moment for Aku to get themselves level.
Maurizio Novak reaches for his managerial textbook. Aku came out the gate flying in this second half. They found a goal, albeit on peculiar circumstances. But we've got a ball game here to wrap up round 4. It's 2-1 in favour of the Lions as we cross to a timeout break.
Improving the arsenal, and we'll get there. We'll get there day by day. We'll adjust.
Unfinished business.
It's 2 words. Disappointment. But there's room for improvement, and that's it, man. That's it.
Well, that's exactly right.
Signing off.
Signing off. James Daniels, starting captain, strikers.
And send hate to Alex Beckers and Lucas Mara.
The Lions had the timeout. They've got the game rolling again. 2-1 the score. 10 minutes left in this second half. And now Ethan Rigg have had a few moments tonight. There was a very close encounter to kickstart round 4. It was Phoenix and Fitzroy who stole the show. But Lima, meanwhile, had to ask a bit of Angelatos. We'll unpack the round when we can. Rolling foul for Aku, but well, tonight Ethan has had its moments, of course, and all coming from behind to beat Hume. It's been a close, cagey night across all the contests rather so far, and we're seeing much of the same in our final match day of round 4.
It has been a superb night of futsal, and for the final game, would you expect anything less on an evening where all of the games have seesawed?
Greg has gone coast to coast, the goalkeeper. And Campania with the flick on has equalised for Melbourne Aku. Well, the head clash with Jarvis Gin has it ruled out for a goal from the official.
Oh.
Irwin's got the protest here from Aku now saying the keeper's missed the ball and Campania came off his line. We'll try that again. Irwin with the protests saying that the keeper missed the ball when he came off his line. Campania, the beneficiary, flicked the header over and into the back of the net. That being said, Jarvis Gin has remained on the canvas. There was a bit of a head clash there. But the official on broadcast side, Ethan, has overturned the goal.
What a moment that could be. 2 moments of controversy to start this second half. QEMU wants to have a look.
Jarvis came a long way. And it's now Aku's turn to protest, and you almost can't really have any qualms about it. But the main attention now is with Jarvis Gin. He's remained on the deck. We're not sure if the shot stopper is okay. There's a bit of a hefty head clash there. There is no goalkeeper on the bench for Pascoe Vale. Albion Chachi, the understudy, unavailable. Mazen Abdallah, not in the building. So, Ethan, the question now starts to be asked in terms of, well, who's going to be the shot stopper for Paco if Jarvis can't continue?
And that looks like it might be what could happen. Jarvis Gin has a substitute's bib in hand. Certainly wore one. A man who has a habit of finding himself in the war. On a regular occasion, Jarvis Gin clutching at his nose. We certainly hope there's no claret. And while we'll get to the goal in a second and the disallowance of it, our main focus is the well-being.
And Lockie Maliaros is having a watch with these Arcu boys on the bench. And, well, they're incensed also, the boys on the Arcu bench, as we mentioned, but their protests won't matter. It's been that kind of night, it must be said. And, well, something you feel has to be done, where it's a case of being almost understaffed, under-resourced in that department. And, well, there's going to be calls you have to make and people won't like them. It's not a knock on any individual performance from an official. It's just more of a teething issue in which, from an admin perspective, just needs some help from the governing body.
Dare I say, Maurizio Novak is kitted up. Jarvis Gin looks like he'll continue, but the Pascoe Vale manager was momentarily in the keeping kit.
Well, doing his best Ruud Hort impersonation perhaps is Maurizio Novak, player manager. Jarvis Gin will look to soldier on. Maurizio Novak has Albion Chachi's goalkeeper kit on with his boots, and he's got his socks and shin pads on also, with his knee pads, mind you. So Maurizio's ready to go. Jarvis Gin is just still clutching at his forehead. Enzo Campagna seems to be okay. Arcu will have a claim that they should be on level terms. They won't be right now, but to say that they can be is not too far away from an effort, which can certainly happen.
They've made a brilliant start to this second half, and you feel as though they are knocking on the door at risk of blowing it off its hinges. Jacket goes back on for Maurizio Novak, who went from Ruud Hullet to Marcelo Bielsa momentarily, as he was perched down by the touchline. He's getting warm.
He's ready to go, Maurizio Novak. He knows Jarvis Gin is seeing stars right now. You have a look at the Pascoe Vale shot stopper, and he's struggling to keep his composure. It's a matter of if he can withstand it. He's still clutching his forehead, Ethan. Well, the welfare of Jarvis Gin just come into question also right now as well. Meanwhile, with the action on. Chipping ball for Evangelista, finds his target. Out comes Grigg, whose distribution was the catalyst of all the confusion right there. Oski shifting inside. Campagna, one of the 1-2. Fernandez sees it out of play.
He's looked very tidy tonight, Enzo Campagna. It's the first really loose ball he's played. But the big thing at the moment is whenever there's a decision that goes against Aku's way, he's the first to try and get the energy going again, to try and get everybody back on side instead of losing their heads.
Lima had time, had Evangelista, who tried to roll it beyond Grigg. The placement just wasn't there.
Big opportunity for Pascoe Vale to really hurt Melbourne Aku, having had a goal disallowed at one end, to then go and really ram it home at the other and reinstate a 2-goal lead. Evangelista's not far away, and he's looked lively tonight.
Yee, Campagna, Angelatos. The flick on for Campagna, who's really marinated in this game. He's certainly come to life in the second half of this contest. Hasn't had a break yet. Moves on for Yee. Angelatos. Campagna. Back to Yee. Campagna. Tried to go very intricately for Yi. Now, Andre Caro was nearly in with half a chance. Greg will see it roll beyond the playing surface.
And that's where Pascoval might get a lot of their opportunities, especially in the next 5 minutes, you suggest. Being able to hit on the break. Arn does terrifically well to shield it and then give it through to Evangelista. The ball is a fraction too heavy for Andre Caro, but that's where the openings are.
Flick on towards Fernandez. He's getting in the right places now, the captain, but it's just that moment away from things going right for him. Lucas Vaz enters the mix. The gloves are on for Maurizio Novak. Although his manager jacket still remains on, you wonder when it gets unzipped. Jarvis Gin is in the world of discomfort right now. Not a world, the world. He's still clutching at his head. And this is where I won't be impartial. If he's got a bit of a head knock, he has to come off. Meanwhile, Nakano impeded by Lima. Alku with another opportunity.
They've got to get it and get at Alison Lima as much as possible. QEMU wants timeout. They'll have a promising free kick when we come back. Aku want timeout and they will get it.
The timeout issued by QEMU's men. They have a free kick upon the resumption of play. Jarvis Gin, the real talking point right now. He looks very worse for wear. We'll see what's going on with him and the rest of both playing sides as we cross to timeout. Scoreboard might not be up and running for now, but we'll provide updates on the time as we can. A timeout was issued by QEMU. Arku with a freaky opportunity. They scored previously from this same dead ball scenario. Vaz cuts it off, and away goes Lucas Vaz, bumping off Campagna, who was there in good company.
Superb from Campagna in retreat. A crucial challenge at this stage of the game. Lucas Vaz was bearing down, looking for his first goal. And it's such an important intervention, but not just that, he doesn't foul him either.
Nakano. Fernandez. Irwin. Ma. Thought about taking it on. Angles covered by Jarvis Gin.
Wasn't far away, Noah Mark. He's caught it cleanly. Melbourne Aku still knocking on the door in this second half. See that the opportunities are opening themselves up. Pasco Vale struggling to get any real foothold.
Lima. Ferrer, flick on for Vaz. Fernandez rekindles. Scores there, not the time. We'll provide updates when we can, as we said. Ma, big slide from Ferrer. The package asking why upon his direct opponent.
I think this is a good time for Pascoval to reintroduce Ferreira. You need energy and you need legs when your opposition are pressing hard, and he's provided both this evening. And also a bit of attacking guile and a chance to maybe just push Melbourne Aku back a couple of yards.
Caro. Jarvis Gin has it blocked off Irwin. Got it towards Vaz somehow. Who had to clear under duress.
You know, Aku, the second Pascovel, start trying to play out too deeply, will get right on the high pressure, will want to suffocate the Lions and just not let them out and create a real violet wall between themselves and the goal.
Irwin. Mar off the turn. Gin goes short. Vaz. Caro. Vaz. Alison Lima. Moving forward, Cardo. Pedestrian from behind, tried to get the ball back off Francis. Make that Noah Mar. Inside the last 7 minutes of play. It's been one of those evenings in Darabin, riddled with its many talking points. Gin had to get low. Corner Aku. Irwin used all 4 seconds.
And those are the little moments that they can ill afford to have go against them. Melbourne Aku taking all 4 seconds on something so routine is just going to kill the momentum a little bit, and it just allows Pascovel a breather too and an opportunity to take more time out of the game.
Newen makes Lima shoot from that obscure angle. Aku doing a good job of just forcing Pascovel to go wide.
It's something Pascovel have looked to do tonight. They've wanted to go around the flanks.
Jim with a big save. It's there for the package. Francis Ma has it go over the crossbar.
How many opportunities have they had tonight? As the Sumpsal gets warm, you might suggest that they feel the game's in peril. It did seem precautionary when they took him off, Adam, but now that there's a chance that this result might slip away, they want some explosiveness and perhaps they just want a third goal.
Oh, with Jarvis Gin the way he is, you can't really blame Albion, or make that Aiden Chachi rather, looking for some insurance. Fernandez and Lima coming together. Will be Pascovel's side ball. Lucas Vaz. Newen. Lovely ball for Lima. Ma read it best and controlled it nicely. And took it beyond for air. The Mars combined deep in the corner. It's still in dispute, the ball. Vaz nearly takes a head off with his clearance.
Francis Mars got to be careful here.
Last warning for Francis Ma, who's pleading his case about his jumper being pulled in that play. Here is Francis Ma. Irwin. Noah Ma's lifted in this second half. His chip Ferrer had to cut it out. Newen will travel down the court. Had no cavalry. Angelatos wheeled and dealed. His ball was fantastic for Ma. Noah chipping Angelatos. It's a brilliant ball. The package showcasing why he's got that namesake with passes like those. And he slides through to win it back for Aku. 3 against 2. Jarvis with a reflex save. Angelatos off the bar. The follow-up goes over the crossbar. And Jarvis, it must be said, Lucas Vaz even making the protest. He has to come off the goalkeeper.
It's a brilliant, brilliant save from Jarvis Gin, given the circumstances. Melbourne Aku would be desperately unlucky. How many times have they hit the woodwork tonight?
I'm not sure he even knew where the ball was there, Jarvis Gin. And he still somehow made the save. You think about performances when suffering, let's just say, a bit of a head knock. Think back to the Miz at WrestleMania in 2011 against the Cena. Against the Rock and John Cena, rather. He'd not remember anything from his title win that night. He had a concussion following an early head knock in that bout. And Jarvis Gin is much the same here. He somehow pulled off a great save. Meanwhile, 5 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. Vaz! That's the goal they needed! And Lucas Vaz on cue reintroduces himself to the mighty Lions, and they find a 2-goal buffer they so desperately needed.
Brilliant finish from Lucas Vaz on the end of a top counter. Dewey Newen does the right thing in driving forward, drew the options left and right, and Lucas Vaz drilled it in at the near post. Lucas Krieger committed his weight across, expecting him to wrap it. What he does really well for the finish, Adam, he closes his body at the last second as he goes to strike it, which sees the keeper shift his weight, and then he's unable to recover.
Vaz, not sure about it. He's having a conversation with both officials. Mar goes down, the foul tally becoming a factor as well. That's 5 now for Pascoe Vale. Things coming to a simmer. It's almost the eye before the storm is to well and truly ensue.
And just on the bench, Mattis Assumpsau, under that beige puffer jacket, has a pink fly keeper kit on.
It's going to have to be what they resort to if they're without Jarvis Gin. As Mar tried to take the roof off the net.
Catches it sweetly as well, Francis Mar does the right thing in going for pace. The placement is just the smallest bit off.
Mar. Bit deep for Campagna. Trying to shift inside. Noah, Campagna. 4 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. And Galatos had the ball tidily on a string. Received it back from Campagna. Here he is. Shifting inside Campagna. Still has the ball. From behind was Evangelista. Carter. Down the line. Newen. Got a nutmeg off fantastically. Did Dewey Newen. Vaz. Evangelista. Wasn't sure where to go. Cardo got underneath it. Skied it really. Now Angelatos had a brief moment to let fly. Vaz picks Mar's pocket and went over the top. It's hard to chip a man who's 6'4". Make that 6'6".
Even harder when he's off his line. Close the angle down for Lucas Vaz, who did take it on. And to his credit, the shot was on for Pascoe Vale at the moment. Those chances looking fewer and further between. They're looking just to sit in and try and see this game out.
Well blocked from Vaz. Noamar with the corner. No rush to take it. Aren't ready to become an integral part of the last few minutes for Pascoe Vale. Lima with some stern words for the youngster and the package of Noamar from the side ball. Here's Francis. Got the cross in. Campagna lurking. Evangelista comes away with the ball. Well, you just think about Arcu and how they play this now, Ethan.
Certainly. When it comes to Alison Lima, just got to say, what was it we've been talking about? Subtlety?
Nothing subtle about Grigg over the top towards Francis Mar. He forces a save out of Jarvis Gin. Just went out of play before it touched the keeper. Vaz, chipping ball for Newen. The flick on's tidy. He's out of tarmac.
That's a terrific ball from Lucas Vaz into the channel. Just the way that he's able to weight it perfectly. We've seen at times tonight when Pascoe Vale have tried to hit that ball to break the lines, it's been too heavy and resulted in it coming back the right way. Vaz just takes a bit off it, takes some sting out of the ball, and it's a glorious clip into Dewey Newen, who gets inventive, and he does the right thing. He just runs out of room before he's able to execute it.
3 minutes and 23 seconds left on the clock. Fernandez has the fly kit on. Though Sumcow had it on, I think it was more of a tactical ploy from the bench. I don't think he was ever going to be utilised. Cardo, Vaz. The doctor, as we mentioned, game 400. Looks for Lucas Vaz. Lovely ball to find the imperial striker he can be. He shifted onto his left and just shot wide.
As I've said, he looks sharper as the night has gone on, Lucas Vaz. That little clip into the channel, and that touch just then was incredibly deft to take that ball down from Caro. He's unlucky with the shot on the spin, But that's the problem now that he provides. He's able to run those channels and just give the deepest lying Aku player something to think about.
Oscar Yee trying to go as direct as possible. And has the fresh legs. And Jarvis Jin's acknowledged that. Grigg planted his feet, headed the ball away.
Every time the ball goes towards something that could become a 50-50, you just wonder, don't you?
Evangelista. Caro. Wasn't sure where to go. Felipe Evangelista trying to find Dan. Campagna. Yee. Angelatos. Back for Yee. It's a lovely slide from Arn, who catches his former teammate in the midst of it.
It's a great challenge. A great, great challenge from Chavanant. Knew that Oscar Yee might have been pulling the trigger just then. Had to make the lunge. It's a brilliant block.
And Noah Ma. Make that, Francis. We're doing that a fair bit tonight, but he really gave that a genuine go.
You could hear it.
Did the firecracker.
You could hear it, couldn't you? He called it sweet. Francis Ma. We got a great view of it. It was not far away from the top corner.
Nearly on for Cardo. Yee. Nakano twisting and turning on around Vaz. Had to go the risky cross the face ball, which Paco will win. Last 2 minutes of play.
Once again, it's Lucas Vaz in that area that just comes in with a big moment. Makes a good challenge, releases the pressure, and now Pascal once more are able to slow the game down.
Turning inside. Gets a corner.
Lovely turn. Really sharp turn from Chavanant.
Jarvis. Jin will look to come off. And Maurizio Novak has taken the goalkeeper position. It looked as if Jarvis Jin recovered in time. But since that head knock he had with Campagna, must be said he looked to be in the world of discomfort. Seems to be okay now, though. All considered, he's not really gesturing towards where the head knock might have happened. And he's not really looking in the pain he was in before.
He seems to be feeling a little bit better. I think it might just be the adrenaline kicking in of a close game, of a close contest, one where he's had a lot of work to do. So I think Maurizio Novak, in fact, is making way.
He wants to be back in the game. He's a fierce competitor, Jarvis Jin. He's back on court. Campagna, Fernandez. The fly kid on. That marvellous Aku orange. Time a real factor. Aku have to be perfect. Campagna. Angelatos. Nakano was by himself for a moment. Campagna. Nakano. Fernandez moving off the ball. Fernandez got around his marker. The run stop from Nakano. Alison Lima has really been vocal from the bench. Vaz at the other end for Arn to seal the deal. Nakano does well to defend. Noma. Is there any time for Aku? So one goal close to the margin. They might have just stolen a draw. There's 45 seconds left. Campagna, Angelatos. Campagna has to go for broke, you feel. Shifted in for Fernandez. Vaz, it's going to bounce, but out of play.
They won't mind that. Aku have to start all over again. And inside the final minute, they will now need a minor miracle to rescue a point.
It's been that night tonight for round 4. All close contests. Fernandez taking his time, in fact too much time on the ball.
That just takes the sting out of it even further, doesn't it? Any hope you feel now for Aku, unfortunately, might have been extinguished, but they've been unlucky tonight. They've hit the woodwork on 4 separate occasions. They had a goal disallowed as well. They've had their opportunities. The difference is that Pascal have taken theirs.
And you've got quality of the likes of Lucas Vaz on court. all but the difference. It's a great finish from Noah Marmite in the circumstances. Evangelista! That'll seal the deal. Fernandez in the build-up, might have been impeded. The Lions will have their first win of the campaign.
Marcus Fernandez is still down, clutching his face. They feel as though he may have been impeded. Enzo Campagna in the book for dissent, but take nothing away from the finish from Felipe Evangelista. As cool as you like to round out 3 points for the first time this season for Pascoe Vale, and it has come for them at the perfect time.
Oh, a footnote in this one, but the official's not done yet with the cards. And Connor Irwin is in the book also. And well, it's been that night. We say it time and time again. I'm not sure how else to describe it, to be frankly honest with you watching at home, but Aku looking for a late consolation. Chachi's desperate for the final whistle to sound. 3 seconds left. Be a late side ball for Ma. Vaz for a footnote. But that, well and truly, will be that. Pascoe Vale overcome the Aku Storm. Full time in Darabin. Pascoe Vale 4. Melbourne Aku 1. Ethan Rigg, before we close out the show, your man of the match in that contest.
It was a very closely fought game. Neither side really got a real foothold on it. For Pascoe Vale, Lucas Vaz, or potentially, I'd go for Evangelista.
Andre Carr, of course, a special shout out to the doctor on game 400. They get it done the Lions for him. And that rounds out round 4 of the SFE men's competition. Until next Friday, we'll see you for some more SFE men's action. Tune in on Sunday for Championship and SFE women's. Until then, thank you and good night.